Time for more economic fun, says Field Medic. I don't know if that's what we're in store for. I was thinking about this effect where the extra supply in markets as a consequence of storage drives down all the prices, makes everything break even or unprofitable so that it fires down. I was thinking about this effect as like a simulation, like IRL simulation, this type of thing. And kind of realized that, like, okay, so in some sense, there being equilibrium where supply is equal to demand is good. And this is eventually kind of what is pseudo-created by this effect. And by good, I don't mean, like, good from a gameplay perspective. I mean from, like, a simulating reality type of perspective. But there's also actually just no upward pressure on demand. Typically, when you lower the price of a thing, more of the good gets demanded. That's not present here. What happens is you just lower the price until supply drops to meet demand. There's no upward pressure on demand. There's just a downward pressure on price of or supply of actual goods, not effective supply. Shiny's 5 minutes early. I'm always 5 minutes early. Ask my girlfriend. So, this makes it so that, like, the equilibrium should just be way higher in terms of like the total quantity supplied and the price and this type of thing. And it's just it's just not. So we're gonna see if we can poke through the nonsense, though, because this is kind of this is this is just an economic thing that, like, I think just doesn't make sense as a simulation. One of the big issues being that, like, where the money tends to flow is, like, rural locations. And it's like an extractive economy, but instead of the peasants getting extracted from, it's like all the upper class people getting extracted from. So, in terms of, like, end stage effects, the trade is still somewhat valuable, I think. Ping .14, call an ambulance before our economy. So we're not underwater on trade. So we can maybe continue to expand that. It's not looking good, though. I'm firmly of the opinion that they made the game too complex. I don't know if they made the game too complex. I just, like, I don't think this approach has, like, the soft type of touch that's needed. Like, look, like, 80% of our sell orders from this thing are coming from this phantom, like, good. So that means, like, it's 4 plus 400% relative to what we had before. And okay, we could look at something that's maybe a little bit more reasonable, like books. But the thing is like, this is not like a small effect. Plus, like, 120% effect of, like, effective supply, is, like, this is just like a sledgehammer through the front door. So all the unintended consequences, bad AI decisions, slow performance, tedious micro, are a result of too much stuff happening. Well, but, like, they introduced, like, the double it, cut it in half type of thing. Did I know this power ranking thing? Oh, great powers? Yeah, great powers are, like, it being by area is just, like, a vibe. Somehow Naples is considered more powerful than the Mamluks. There's a feature 80% of the player base automates. It should be simplified or removed. I don't know about that. I hope they rebalance next week. They'll almost certainly rebalance next week, yeah. I think the game has too many locations. The game has a lot of locations, which is definitely part of the ambition. But like, I don't know. I'm definitely a little bit on the frustrated side in terms of the patch. Although, like, I think that one of the issues with my frustration is that my evaluation of what's going on is definitely overshadowed by this economic thing. Like, because that's, like, what I'm thinking of, rather than, like, the holistic, like, entire patch. It's, like, frustration with just, like, kind of a massive wrench that operates in a very strange way being thrown into the economy. And part of the effect, like, the slowdown of part of the effect is not, like... I think that, like, it's not without, like, some degree of merit, but it's just a very weird, like, tool that they're using to try and achieve a particular effect. I mean, I think that, like, we almost, like, can't make money by building more buildings anyways. So, we might as well get more pops. As long as the stockpile bug... I don't think this is a bug. I think this is what they intended to put in the game, and I think they shouldn't have done it. But I don't know if I'd call it a bug. Like, it seems to be doing exactly what they wanted to do. In the background, I play as I want to try out some eco strats. I mean, I want to kind of see what happens as we, in theory, this effect that we've kind of been exploring and this type of thing. This effect scales with, you notice the effect for us is going to be 32 flat supply. This scales with the size of storage within the economy. And will always scale with storage, and it scales in like kind of a flattish linear type of way. In theory, if you could actually spin up the economy big enough, you could kind of just break free from this effect. In theory. Maybe building RGO limits should be done by era, 100 buildings each city age or something like that, maybe. I think they've, with specialization being useful, I think that they maybe are kind of already achieving what they want. That's what I mean, though. Changing one thing ruins an entire system. It takes years to show up. I mean, like... I think that this, like, ruins it in not, like, a trickle-down type of way, but in a very direct way. We're talking about the supply of the thing and the price of the goods. And this just effect is just way too big relative to the size of starting economies. Like, this isn't, like, a trickle-down effect that's affecting some sort of tangential system. The very system that they were trying to affect, just shoving the price of everything down just infinity low, you know, like, this is not a, oh, this affected something we had no idea would affect, and it's weird. This is affecting the exact thing that they intended to affect, but the mechanism is just way too powerful. I don't know. It's just gonna make the campaign way slower. It's gonna feel embarrassing next week when they patch it and everything's fine, and then people come into stream and they're like, "Why is your economy so small?" And I'm just like, because of what we had to deal with. Literal game ruining feature has to be reversed no matter what. I mean, I don't know if it has to be reversed, but like, if they want to have the effect in game, it has to be way smaller or scale in like a different way. I think I could get behind, like, positive supply driving down price, or positive stockpile, but it shouldn't drive down price. It shouldn't... if the price within the market... Like, it should maybe scale with the actual surplus of real supply and real demand. The fact that it's, like, the fact that the scaling is completely unbounded from the actual supply, and is instead just scaling with the amount of stockpile you have, is making it so that it's just, like, bananas huge. The econ game where the only way to win is not playing. I mean, we're building granaries. It's kind of what we're doing. We're just saying, hey, we're gonna get more pops. Eventually, we're gonna have to turn up the heat on the economy to make stuff happen, but for now, we're gonna get more pops. I don't know. We will try and move the market from Venice. Eventually. I don't even know why I'm valuing PADOA. There's no tax base in the capital. There's no wealth in the capital. How could I be so... How could I be so wrong? I think Ego needs a lot of stimulus to work now. Yeah, I mean, you just need to, like... you need to make it huge, but also just delete the warehouses. Have you suggested a fix? I mean, I've told them I think this is an issue. I haven't necessarily suggested a fix. I don't know exactly the way I would approach it. I mean, I think they want to create a negative pressure on prices. This definitely does it. So it's not like... My fix would involve it scaling with something that actually is, like, represents the size of the economy instead of storage. Like, the actual, like, typical supply of the good. Like, this extra effect from stockpile should maybe scale with the local supply or the total supply. Like, total nominal supply, not effective supply and demand. And the issue is that it doesn't scale with that at all. So, like, right now, like, if the economy were, like, 10x the size, it would be able to eat this modifier. And then if it were 20x the size, the modifier would cease to do anything too. So it also just like, it's like just this weird... I don't know if we could get the economy big enough to where we could stop caring, but like, it's this weird like system to break through that feels very artificial and weird and not like representing anything. It feels like they kind of like ask themselves what effect they want to produce, and then they say what lever they want to produce it, rather than trying to like create the system in itself that is like a good simulation. They like work backwards from the top, where they like say what effect do we want, and they would say we want stuff to be less profitable, you know, because like previously or in 1.2. You could just build an enormous surplus of a good, and it wouldn't matter, because the price wouldn't fall enough for it to become unprofitable. Well, part of that is actually just production efficiency as an insano modifier. And they didn't touch production efficiency at all. In fact, there are more sources of production efficiency. But instead, what we get is, okay, we want prices to come down so stuff becomes less profitable, let's do something that attacks prices, and then they do something that attacks prices, but it attacks prices in a way that's not actually scaling with the size of the economy. It's scaling with this artificial tack-on of stockpile, which the principle of having it scale with the stockpile is maybe okay, but maybe it should be the percentage to which the stockpile is filled. You should get additional supply equal to the local supply plus nominal supply from imports. Right? That would be such that you would not be able to have this absolutely massive, it's plus 500% supply relative to, like, what the actual number is. Of course it's going to become, like, no economy. Right? Are diseases still insane? Yeah, but, like, this is not something that... I'm not concerned about the diseases. Diseases should kill people. You can get, like, a lot of pop growth, anyways, like, past the diseases. Do you notice the power ranking calculation change? Yeah, it's weird. Also, I think China still just, like, Uber wins anyways. It was weird you could have a stockpile, and if you queue up a ton of buildings, suddenly masonry is expensive. Really, the problem is the stockpile should never be able to get that big. No, I mean, in theory, as you supply more of a thing, people should consume more of the thing. I'd rather keep 1.2. Yeah, I mean, this is more of a novelty than, like, necessarily something I would want to play on for an extended period of time. But, like, I definitely prefer playing on this. And I expect this to be fixed next week, which kind of makes a lot of this feel a little bit silly, or playing right now. But, I think people want to see it, so we're going to do it. I don't know. If people would prefer to watch the previous patch, we could... Actually, no, I think I want to make a video about this, but... I did think about it a little bit. Obviously, the nobility is pretty good, but it gives so much. How much is it to accept? Cheap enough. Then we'll make it so that we will worsen our cultural opinion of them so that they assimilate faster. Everyone knows it pays to be a hater. And then I think these should become cores? Or are we not done integrating yet? We're not done integrating yet. Alright, fair enough. But that should maybe get rid of the Frulian Patriots. Maybe not. Spinners Guilds with Capital Economy and Happy Burgers was the first major profit margin I could reach in 1370, and Masons... Yeah, Masons, actually, there's demand, so you can... It's, the fact that it's, like, also just, like, this uber light switch is maybe a bit of an issue, because if you have positive demand for a good, then that industry can actually be profitable, but if you do not have positive demand for a good, like, it just, like, you go from, like, having a 20% margin to having 0 margin in, like, based on if it's plus or minus. So, like, now you can kind of carefully spin up, like, the demand for masonry and the masons. And, like, the thing to do is to actually not get it build slightly less than enough masonry. So we don't build market warehouses anymore. Not only do you not build them, they are apocalyptically bad and you should burn them down unless you're intentionally building them to decrease your percentage stockpile so you don't get the effect if you decrease it under 50%. Saw you went for a long time? Did go for a long time. I think I'm enjoying 1.3 so far. I don't think it actually, like, is horrible from a gameplay perspective, this economy stuff. I just think, like, it's, like, crazy from an eco perspective. Like, it just, like, doesn't make sense. How's the development with PADOA? I want to see the patch craziness, yeah. The development's looking like it's going pretty good. The development is obscene. Only construction goods ever decreased the stockpile? I'm here for the loud cards and pretty face. Only got only one so far. Well, cars were loud, so man, the truth hurts. What do you think are the biggest changes in 1.3 that they implemented? I mean, I'm just super distracted. I don't know if this is the biggest change, but I'm super distracted by this, like, stockpile giving, like, enormous sell orders. I think that this is more going to be a case for the first, like, 100 years, but also I suppose it's pretty big that the building maintenance scales up to. Basically, if you have production at, let's say, 5 units and pop demand at 3, then you'll end up in an endless loop where prices would come down and goods would pile up in the storage and thus generate fake supply. Well, it's not actual supply of the goods, it's effective supply, so all it does is affect the price. It doesn't actually affect the number of things. But if production is at 5, what will happen is the supply will build up and then the price will drop to the point where production will then drop under 3, and you'll oscillate slightly with this really low price where production goes under 3, you get the stockpile effect, production is 5, you get the stockpile effect, all the buildings become unprofitable, they start closing down until under 3 is produced. As under 3 is produced, the stockpile will get smaller and smaller, and then eventually it hits a threshold where the buildings can employ up back again, and you will oscillate at a price where all of the urban buildings are just break even forever. Or closed. I feel like Yemen must be unplayable this patch. That's crazy you say that, because Yemen is one of the few countries, like, doing well. So... do they make the great power system worse? Yeah, it just scales weird, like, in an arbitrary way. So... buildings seem to cost half what they used to. Yeah, it's way easier to collapse stuff, and a lot of stuff just stays closed, so... I hate the building maintenance change. I think... the building maintenance change, I think I would prefer to see just, like, the base rate be... I don't know, there's, like... there's, like, 3 different attaching systems to here, and I think they all should maybe have a different treatment in terms of the balance. Where, like, things that give you sailors and manpower should maybe not be this expensive, and then, like, to a lesser extent, marketplaces, and then civilian infrastructure, stuff like Liberation, maybe be really expensive. I hear the economy changes suck. Yeah, they're kind of maybe not the best system. And we are just gonna be, like, uber poor for forever. I don't have enough guys to employ up even. Don't like the population just leaving. Maybe this is silly. We should just save to upgrade to a city. Or a town. But, yeah, what's your truce, girl? Lies! You do not have a truce with Ferrara. Oh, that's military access. Oh, it's like 7 years. Wait, why do we not have a truce with Ferrara? Whatever. Ferrara's also blue. What happened, Ferrara? Who hurt you? What? Guess we would like to take over this union. Too bad we can't get any great power score because the new system. We need to get control of this area to get this great power score. Not like this. We still have forever on the truce with them. Think who we could fight, maybe. Mantua, maybe? There's like a bunch of changes that are good though, just to be clear. I think they changed this map mode. Bologna, maybe? Where they screw up with the, yeah. Chat's got it. In terms of what was done. Maybe we chill out for a parliament? The people we want to attack we have truces with. We're trying to become the leader in one of the leaders in production of cloth so that our building stays open when all the other ones close. Not sure if we're going to be successful. Getting such little money from taxes. Maybe we should just get a CB on one of these guys and be done with it. Selecting that, not because that's what we want to take, but because it's going to be easier. As my mom always told me, always take the easier path, not the right path. There we go. I think this is actually the right path too, though. The path of righteousness is beset on many sides by etc. Okay, so we could gain control of the market, which will actually be good because we could delete... Venice made the mistake of building warehouses, which, as everyone knows, with the great warehouse crisis of 1374, that warehouses cripple your economy. Storing goods is bad. So when we delete these warehouses, this will actually super decrease the effect of the price stuff. How does PADOA unlock Bananas Dev? You start the game as PADOA. Thank you for coming, my friend. Hey, Field Medic, thank you for the reset. Number go up? Much appreciated, my guy. I like the Spanish economy, womp womp. Does demand change with price? No, just... Demand does not go up when price goes down. There is no upward pressure that is maybe a reasonable way of, like, achieving an equilibrium. There's only downward pressure. I do think this econ stuff is just an early game thing. Yeah, I mean, it scales with your storage, and your storage is going to not increase but at the same rate as your economy, but... It's this weird barrier to break through, and then it's just, like, not gonna have an effect again. You know? Okay. Thank God for Hungary. Single-handedly saving our people. And also, like, nothing happens because no one can afford anything. So, like, the AI won't colonize because everyone is, like, uber poor. And, like, so you're probably just going to be able to pull even further ahead of the AI than you were previously in terms of, like, economy. We'll click that if we have to. Oh my god, 20 ducats? My sweet Jesus, it's magic. PADOA, the accent is on the A. Alright, thank you. So me building 6 market warehouses and biz bricked my run? Absolutely. Delete them. Because I make 0 money. Yeah, 100%. Get rid of the... It's the storage that's the problem. You forgot about the great storage crisis of 1375, where the Europeans decided they wanted to store some goods, and then as soon as they stored the goods, calamity happened. It was a massive crisis. Everyone knows, everyone remembers this in history. Yes. Is the beta stable enough to be played comfortably? It's definitely stable. We have not crashed once on it, and we played like 10 hours. There's some wonky things. I think the wonky things are like not the end of the world. They definitely feel a little bit weird. Definitely mildly annoyed that I think as like an economic effect, like this is like just kind of craziness. But I don't know, it is what it is as well. PADOA is not on a river. No. And that's actually why we want to take over the market center from Venice. Oh my god. I want to take over a very specific market center. Why is everyone uber poor? Someone in chat hit him with the bad news. Well, you can take Constantinople's market? I think this is just a bug. It says we can move it from Constantinople to Constantinople. It's not exactly what we want. Ooh, want to take something from Central Italy? I think you're specifically releasing Spoleto. One thing that is nice, though, is no more mercenaries from the AI, because everyone's too poor. Mercenaries, what are those? What are mercenaries? How to get pop go granaries? Granaries are effective. I haven't seen 15 million mercs at least. No one can afford them. Ask and ye shall receive. Mercs in this economy? You must be crazy. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm playing too fast. God damn it, dude. I might reload there. I just, like, didn't notice. I was making fun of no one having mercs, and then lo and behold, the Papal States actually just has a fucking full stack of mercs. Because they're the Papal States, and they do that. Ah. That feels bad. No mercs here anywhere. Just fucking instantly clapped by the only person who has mercs. The donations are going to good use. Slaughter you naughty Catholics. True. Spoke too fast. Yeah. Pope be rich. Doesn't have a normal economy. Well, yeah, I think we'll reload here. I apologize to all the Iron Man purists. Playing a little bit too fast and loose. Should have taken the market and count your blessings? No, 100%. I agree. This start is already so slow that I do not want to, like, be like, alright, we'll give war reps to Venice, it's not like we make money anyways, and then, yeah. We have the start of the war. Apologies to all the people who believed in me. You were wrong. You made a critical error. I think we want this. I still see you still powering through the beta, trying to. It's funny because historically the papacy frequently went into debt and got crushed around by the papal states. Didn't they do really well with one of the popes, though? What do you mean by stockpile problems? I didn't see it? Alright. We'll show the rest of the class, because we've had people explain it enough times, I think. Stockpile will give you this massive negative, or massive effective supply. Now, this will drive down the price until your actual local supply, until firms are not profitable enough to even employ up and your actual local supply decreases below the local demand. At which point the stockpile will drain, and then eventually the buildings will re-employ up because the price will come back up. The consequence of this is that urban buildings cannot be profitable, basically. Save's coming. You don't harbor deep EU4 love? You sure you don't harbor deep EU4 love? I mean, we could restart the run as well. I restarted a ton of runs as EU4. You think diseases are bugged? You've had smallpox for 50 years as Muscovy and population's down to 100k because I had negative growth the whole time. That sounds insane. How are the Guelphs and the Ghibellines? It looks nicer, but I'm not sure it feels mechanically that different, but I'm very distracted by this. It doesn't add to the supply until the stockpile's 50% full? Yes. But it also scales with the size of your stockpile, so our main quest in this war is actually to save the Venetian market from Venice, wickedly building warehouses, which, as you know, increases the stockpile capacity by a flat amount. which causes economies to collapse. The presence of storage, always bad for the economy. You learned it here first. And so, yeah. Aquilea offers us... That alliance is wild. Oh, we didn't need to click the button. Alright, as soon as we see Pope Man, we're running. Alright, 62%. We'll take that. We'll take that. War reparations, not like they earn money anyways. Holy shit, nobody has money. Seems about right. Okay. Now, remember how it was 32 in terms of the artificial supply that was created? We have saved the economy. The storage, since the market has moved, decreased dramatically. And now, watch as the target price goes up to 2 and things can be profitable again. Nature is healing. Very strange market, but it's healing. Watch as the prices recover. It's a beautiful thing. Look at this. Trending to double the current price. Amazing. This, 2.5 times. We can finally have profits again. That, we'll ignore that. We'll sweep that under the rug. Books. Okay, books are going down. Look at this. 2.5 times the price. What about this? Oh, 3 times the price. That's because we have a lot of demand for that. Ourselves. Look at this. Plus 50%. The economy is healing. You just needed to delete the storage. Look at the size of the market. Yeah. No, you're right. Look. It's not the size of the market, it's the way you use it. God. I'm not convinced having the market be huge is good, but maybe a little bit bigger would be nice, huh? Nice, dude. Architectural visionary, we'll take that. We'll take those. Now we have ROP tech, architectural visionary, prosperity. We're not even using dev province. 0.015. Just deleted my storage. The great healing is in Particus. May you learn the way of the deletion of the storage. Yeah, it's possible you want to actually build and delete the warehouses as well, which is very silly, but That is the soup we are swimming in, indeed. Welcome to my soup. My soup is delicious. Alright, we'll get a little bit more market attraction. Oh, what are the trades looking like? We do have a stranglehold on the trade. Orderly earning a quarter of a ducat. That's not ideal. That's not ideal at all. What's the price of cloth doing these days, though? No! It's dropping! Our building cannot employ up. The tragedy. Oh no! Our building is... Well, they're gonna start firing down. Whatever will happen. Let's see how much that leather, like, oversupply is the result of this stockpile effect. God. You thought the economy was healing. That was merely a coincidence. The market is still dead. What was the stockpile thing? Is that, for once it's super easy to collapse prices for the max discount? I mean, I guess. That's one way to look at things. I think we do want the market bigger. I just feel like we don't want to pay for city walls, and we don't want the crown power modifier. I guess we could build entrepot instead. What happens if you subsidize every building to keep them open? I think you just eat a lot of shit, but like, this would help to bolster the economy a little bit, yeah. Consider this. This might be theoretically correct. God, our market value is only 274. I mean, they successfully made it so that, like, the market value doesn't crank into outer space anymore because everyone's poor. I feel like if they had just not given estates money from lack of control, like, we could have just avoided this entire thing. This feels like we're almost like roundabout, like undoing the same thing we did. Except like the mechanism for this is weird. And like scale's weird. Because it's just scaling with, I'm sure we're going to hit, like, maximum stockpile on medicaments reasonably quickly. And we'll see that the maximum stockpile effect that we're going to have is going to be smaller. Is it really only 8.28 because we have less storage? Yeah, so maybe that's a good thing. The Nuremberg market looking healthy for once. What happened there? Government bonds and estate interactions give you free money. I don't know if I'd call the government bonds free. What are you talking about, Willis? I don't think we can build something that gets a 5% return. If we could build something that gets a 5% return, this is actually, yeah, uber gravy, because there's no crown power penalty for this. And some of the estate interactions do seem a little nutso, though, yeah. Wow, how lucky are we? It's not actually luck, it's because we're so handsome. Nearly 0.02 a month. That means over the course of a year, we're gonna gain over 1 dev. Insane. Got the handsome modifier? Exactly. You know what they say, sometimes you're too good looking. Not saying they say it to us, but they do say it. Truth hurts. Oh wow, we actually have buildings employed up. That's crazy work, dude. Us actually, oh, you know what? Us having the small markets maybe actually crazy good. Because we're gonna research entrepot, but we might not build one. Because it's like capping our storage. Or it's helping to cap our storage so that... Or did it delete? What? This modifier reset? I know we don't have positive demand of this. Relative to supply. They fixed the beta so we can test changes. I don't think we're getting a patch until next week. To some extent, you can test the changes. You just got some weird stuff going on that you have to tolerate. Just go embargo everyone? Maybe. I find with such an enormous buff for small states, it's a reward to choosing to play as them. I'm not sure if it buffs small states. I think this is bad for small countries. Or specifically, like, it's kind of winner takes all. Like, no one else will be able to produce glass because Venice does it well enough. They're only getting 0.02 taxes per level, but this is going to at least stay employed. But every other glass place will be completely unprofitable and will not employ up at all, so it's winner take all. Why does the market get surrounded by a bigger market? They really juiced up the modifiers for this market attraction. And they have a lot of it, including entrepot and city walls. And we have 20% less. And so areas would need to have 24% more market access from us in order for them to choose our market over Venice's. Do you think it'll be enough to just delete the market stockpile via mod to fix current economy? Yeah, kind of. Oh, I meant the 0.005 dev for PADOA? Oh, my bad. Yeah. We don't even get a third option that time. Can we, like, lend our money out to some sucker who thinks he can make it in this economy? Please and thank you. Some idiot. Alright. Like, the actual things that pay out... are the RGOs. RGOs have no input, so... Do we have a great power score yet? No. This is still contested. We need to fight freely. Strives to move your market capital to an undeveloped location to maximize your max stockpile. To minimize, rather. I don't know if it has to be undeveloped, because it scales with the size of your entire market, but your maximum stockpile scales with the size of your entire market, so this is kind of or scales with the depth of your entire market. So yeah, you might just actually want uber small markets, but also delete any market warehouses. Uber small markets, because we don't have this effect. And, like, this to me is, like, it's not like this, from a gameplay perspective, this isn't, like, apocalyptic, right? It just means the economy is way, way slower, but from, like, a simulationist perspective, we want to have smaller markets so our stockpile is smaller so we don't collapse prices so firms can be profitable. Like, when I say that out loud and I, like, try and go through the process of thinking through that from, like, a simulationist perspective, like, what? Time to market max? Yeah. Luckily we have a spare. So... maybe we should flip Sunni as well. We need to get like 150,000 pops that are Sunni. Maybe this is doable. Since every development point equates to 5 storage, do you think developing the market capital province is actively bad? No, but like, the thought occurred to me. The thought occurred to me that dev can be actively bad on this patch, which is very weird. They nerfed the corrupt trait to 2% tax efficiency. That's good, because it was insane. I want to be one who admires generals for how handsome he is. Wow. Is that a... You're saying you can't do it now, but you wish you could? This feels like a neg of some sort. I wish I could admire how handsome he is, but he's just not handsome enough. I heard the winner of the Ghibellines Guelphs on the side of the HRE request Kingdom Italy tile. Is that working? I don't know. That sounds like a good source. You want to build roads from the source to the destination? I think so. I'm actually not 100% sure, which I probably should be 100% sure. I feel like I knew this before, but recent patches, the estates build all the roads, but not anymore, because the estates don't have money. We'll actually put in a couple roads here. They're good for dev, too. What's your opinion on RGO expansion price changes? I think it's fine. RGOs are just weird because they have no inputs. And so their margins are always kind of insane. And so making it so RGOs are not the most profitable opportunity, it seems kind of fine. But they are now because everything's been turned upside down and the rural areas exploit the cities. Don't you know? I mean, we got much higher prices than we did before. Still not enough to get employment. Jesus, man. The economy, like, just doesn't exist. I mean, this is looking much better than it was before. Venice taken down a peg. Wealth in the capital is basically doubled. But it's still just like, are you rural RGO that doesn't have to care about margin? No? No economy for you. How do you feel about 1.3 so far? I think that, I think I need to play a bit more, but, like, I think a lot of my opinion on the majority of changes is overshadowed by this, like, storage thing, which I think is, not good, but this is not necessarily the case that, like, the patch is, like, bad. It just means that they need to tweak this thing, however they are going to, but... I think that it seems more change-dense than 1.2. It seems like they got a lot of stuff kind of cooking. But, like, right now we're trying to get the economy going, and, like, it's like, oh, well, just kidding, we don't get to do that. This gives market attraction. But if we get a bigger market, we're gonna have issues. I think we're just gonna leave the entrepot on the table. Honestly, it might be best if you pinned your overall opinion, maybe. It's kind of funny we went from urban areas being the primary source of income to rural areas being the primary source. Yeah, my issue is, like, less with, like, the economic slowdown and more with, like, why it doesn't... it just pushes all the urban buildings to making zero, and then everything is just stimulus for RGOs to the extent that you can stimulate them, and then, like, all prices are collapsed, but the RGO price collapse doesn't cause them to be underwater because they don't have any inputs. So, 1.3 is a vibe session? Yeah, we're kind of just vibing more than, like, playing. Economic changes are super questionable, but it's beta, so they have time to fix it, yeah. I just, like, I mean, I don't think it's, like, unplayable. It doesn't make the game crash, and it doesn't, like, I think it's probably not as frustrating as like the lumber, iron tools apocalypse, even though it actually slows down the economy way more, because stalling out on buildings is probably just a more frustrating experience. But like, from a meta like level, I'm a little bit frustrated because it feels like this is something that like could have been caught really, really easy. You know, and to some extent, there are a lot of players who will try this out the first day, see something fucking weird, and then just not come back to the patch at all. And I think Paradox is like the past like 3 months between Victoria 3 and EU5. I think there's been so much of this, and it's like kind of frustrating. I don't think there was actually that much of it. Well, actually, I actually didn't think that the rollout of 1.2 was that bad, but a lot of people were upset with it. I kind of like disagreed, but okay, whatever. But the rollout of the 1.1 open beta, like there was some like really significant issues. And like I feel like people try it for a weekend and then they retreat back underground, and then we had the 1.1 full patch. I forgot exactly the details of that, but also like Victoria 3 was like the Navy patch was like really, really buggy on release, and it's like there's like a large segment of the player base who's not here. It's not you who's like watching, or it's probably not you. There's a large segment of the player base who like they just come back for the week where stuff gets updated. And so, like, you have to, like, have some amount of, like, the patch that, like, you release on, like, does matter, even if you're fixing anything that's an issue the next week. You know? And it's, like, it's frustrating because, like, less so from my play experience, because I actually just like new stuff. And I'm actually just generally, like, interested in kind of fiddling with the new stuff. I kind of want to explore, like, what's going on here, and, like, this is interesting to me, even though I think that, like, the simulation is, like, maybe not good. But from the perspective of me, not as a player, but, like, as someone who makes videos and stuff, players getting turned off of the game, like, affects me. Because, like, the correlation between the, like, player count and, like, how many views I get is pretty tight. And so, like, I think that when they do something that, in my opinion, kind of can alienate the player base, it's a little bit frustrating. And it's also frustrating because I'm generally, like, I think I'm generally more pro-Paradox, let them cook type of attitude. And then, like, this does feel like an issue where if you had played at least one game for 50 years, like, that you would have noticed, like, the economy was just immensely slowed down. Which is maybe okay, and maybe that's all they, like, watched for, but the way that the, like, it's being done mechanically, like, it's just really strange. But maybe it's fine because you just want the economy slower, and it just slows down the economy and it achieves the intended goal. I don't know. I'm feeling some kind of way, chat, is what I'm saying. But also, I'm curious how hard it is to break out of this. And I do think if we get the economy to a certain size, we will break out. And also, if the market is... This small market might actually be helping us. Doesn't reducing the input price help? Not enough. Reducing the input price does help, but the input price, it's always going to push it to break even, the way that it works. It sounds like it's not actually that hard to fix the issue. No. Yeah, I don't think that... Look, if they just cut this effect in half, or cut this effect by 75%, it probably would just slow down the economy, but be something you could deal with. One issue with it is that this effect, I think, doesn't scale as the economy gets really big. Like, to the effect that it's slowing down, it's not something... Like, it's not going to keep slowing it down, like, in the way you want it to. I'm not coming back until change happens, but I'll try 1.3.1. I don't like the gang on the devs, but I mean, player have a right to do so. This is quite extreme. I mean, this feels, like, relatively untested, which is, like, frustrating given, like, the amount of feedback they've gotten on, like, hey, this is untested, we want the thing to be tested. Right? Like, this change is, like... Yeah. Why not subsidize buildings? That way your burgers get more money, buy more, and demand more. They don't actually, like... Their purchases don't really scale that well. With them getting extra money. Like, Victoria 3, it scales, like, pretty linearly, and it doesn't really... It scales in a weird stepladdery way that's not really that high fidelity, but also, if we dump more money into the economy, that will just increase this stockpile effect, or increase the horizon of the stockpile effect, and these things will still drop to break even, and they still won't make money, basically. Yeah, that's my angle, just not going to play the beta until... Just wait for a release. Vic 3 feeling good right now, at least, but I get annoyance with the Great Wave AI. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that specifically the patch that they had right before the free week, or free weekend on Vic 3 was, like, worse than the release patch. Because, like, the economies would, like, it wasn't, like, just that the AI, like, couldn't do stuff, it was that the AI would, like, death spiral on their own, like, naval construction. From the roadmap, isn't 1.3 supposed to be done this summer? Well, it's, like, supposed to be done in, like, a month. The new art selling system is overtuned. The AI automatically accepts buying art for 200 ducats. Yeah, that's another issue, I guess. Art is still freaking useless, so you should actually just sell all your art. I think we don't have any art to sell. Hey, Keefs. People not happy with 1.2, try 1.3 beta and see this and write the game off till at least 1.4. Yeah, that's kind of like what I think. I mean, I think that they are like... I feel like that they're of the opinion that the game gets fixed faster when they release something like this for an open beta and they get feedback faster. And I think it's probably true that the game gets fixed faster, but like... I feel like if they just waited another week, they would like... It would be better for their player base health. You know what I mean? In terms of quantity. Wasn't that the goal of the changes? The goal was to slow down the economy. I just turned in good to the economy is still cooked. Yes. There's been no patch. Another factor of the stockpile problem is it's hard to reduce stockpiles because burgers immediately start importing as soon as the market has a negative balance. Yeah. Well, I mean, you just have to... I think you just have to get to the point where you can just eat the penalty. On, like, there's going to be goods that will tend to be shortage, and there's going to be goods that will tend to be surplus. And for every good that there tends to be a surplus, you just have to be able to eat the malice, basically. And the malice, like... The malice scales with how much stockpile you have. And this is, like... crippling early, but like I imagine at a certain point it like we might subsidize to try and like break free, but it's like trying to break free from gravity. Like you have to like really shoot up into space, and then you're in space and you don't feel the effect of gravity anymore. It's consuming players' passions during the process. Yeah, it's like you get the game better faster, but like it's like making players like upset. Stockpile deal needs decay. That would be a way to do it. Oh, hey-o. You guys... The drink? Yeah. It's Sonic Cherry Limeade mix in a big jug of water. But, I don't, like, yeah, I think that, like, the orientation around it is, like, frustrating at times. Like, I think that a lot of people are, like, bad faith, like, or, like, missing the mark when they say the devs don't care, and, like, the devs are just phoning it in, and this type of thing. But... I'm also like a little bit frustrated today because I think the player normally if you release an open beta, the player count gets like a positive bump. I don't think it's gonna get like a positive bump really. And I mean, I think there is like interesting stuff going on right now too. Jeez, I don't know what we're supposed to do here. We kind of already have the most important text. I guess we'll grab rag paper. And then counting house. And then dock. Long term, we might want to move our capital here. I don't think there's much economic activity there, such that it's like worth. So, one thing I don't like with the beta is that they didn't test the new features at all. An example being the emergency parliament not working. Yeah, like I think that like I don't know how many hours I like expect them to have of QA like with a patch before they like turn it loose. But one of the problems is if you change the patch, then you have to like retest the entire like new thing that you've changed. But like it's not like they're introducing a really modest version of this, in my opinion. Like you could like have this capped at like 1/10 the effect. And, like, just kind of get, like, a very mild version of this. But instead, this is just, like, enormous. Like, relative to the size of the economy. So what's the extra stockpile even calculated from? After you hit 50%, it scales up linearly based on the total flat stockpile size. So by making our market smaller and not having warehouse buildings, we went from 32 extra supply to 13.5 extra supply, which is much more manageable. So that's part of why our economy actually took off after we stole the market from Venetia. I think that might be a strawman argument, but I don't think anyone has said the devs don't care. People have absolutely seen the devs said the devs don't care, and that they're like, yeah, I've absolutely seen that they're lazy and they don't care. I've read through a lot of comments. Just in general, and a lot of like negative comments about the devs, which I think are just like out of pocket. But at least the game does feel like it's in a better state than release. I 100% agree with like the live patch 1.2. I don't know about this, but I think I like the eco rework, but it'll only start a campaign once they forget the estate building maintenance cost. The estate building maintenance cost is not the issue. Some people are identifying this as the issue. The thing is they just don't have a... Like, it looks like the estate building maintenance cost is what's pushing... These guys aren't even underwater anymore. But it looks like that's what's pushing them underwater. This, like, 12 estate buildings upkeep. But they were able to cover this before. They were able to cover this before because they had more income. The thing is, like, all the buildings are, like, becoming massively unprofitable. And so it's meaning they don't get enough tax base to cover. Doesn't production efficiency, capital economy help in this map a lot more? Yes. Production efficiency is way more important. In part because all the guilds are like less profitable, but also to help you... it's like winner takes all and only one person like gets to employ up the thing. Oh, they're not even getting to employ up the glass, but them being good at glass production in Venice means that if everything trends towards break-even, which is what the stockpile mechanic does, it's going to cause our places to unemploy first before Venice's. And so whoever has the most production efficiency gets to keep their buildings open and make, like, a small amount of money. Like, right now, we're trying to push this building up, even though it's not profitable, so that we can be the one who gets the regular cloth production. Put that on auto expand. Maybe they should just massively increase consumption from pops. Well, one of the issues is, like, they're kind of doing a system that kind of creates an equilibrium where supply and demand will be equal, right? Because effective supply pushes down price, which causes supply to drop to basically the same level as demand. In effect, this is what happens, but normally if you have really, really high supply, demand also comes up, and demand doesn't come up, really. I think they made a lot of unnecessary changes that aren't needed until they fix what's already broken. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to... I get what they're trying to do. In fairness, it's hard not to point to incompetence when basic glaring issues are completely glossed over, despite the fact that not necessarily being done so. I feel like we identified this problem, like, just extraordinarily quickly on stream. I don't know how many hours it would have taken QA to find it. I don't know how many hours QA spent. It should have tested at least every added feature once. The thing is, like, you have to actually, like, play for 50 years to, like, or 40 years for the stockpiles to fill. And if they just open an old save, the problem is the economies are already big enough to just not give a shit about the stockpile thing. I don't know what was done. Publishing untested version is something irresponsible. Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement. I don't know if that was done. What was done. I also don't know, like, there's a lot of information I don't know, but I am also, like, a little bit frustrated because I feel like this is something that would not have been hard to catch. I don't even think you need to test it to, like, you just need to, like, think through an example. I mean, let's look at the Geneva market. The Geneva market, to be fair, is just absolutely massive, so they will be really just completely buried by this. Oh, they're not at all. How are they able to have so much supply? Italy's got some bonuses. We were getting just an absolutely massive thing with... Maybe the Venice market's just the worst market, and it's not as bad for other markets. Because we were getting, like, 23 or 30 or something like this in terms of this effect. But, like, if you know that this is going to go up to, like, 25, and you know that, like, a typical, like, supply within a starting market is, like, 5 to 10, then, like, if you have twice as much effective supply than you do, like, on base, then you know this is going to have an absolutely massive freaking effect without even needing to like, test it. You know? Like, if you just think through the numbers once. I feel like I peep the forums, I see a lot of vitriolic dev comments. Yeah, the forums are particularly nasty, which makes me feel bad because I know the devs... I think the devs read the forums more than anything else. Paradox devs like having jobs and can't be happy that the game's reviews are mixed. No, I mean, now I think it's actually not even mixed, I think it's negative. That's a shitty thing to say, then. I'm not happy with the state of the game and not confident in the future, but I will never question people's work in the game. Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think I see just, like, a higher volume of negative comments than most of the people in my comment section, because a big portion of what I do is, like, reading my own comment section, which, like, now when I post an EU5 video, half the comments are, like, negative about the game. Not about me, but about the game. And then if I go on, like, the forums and stuff, and, like, Reddit, and which I do to some extent, like, I just see, like, an enormous amount of negativity directed towards the devs. How did Bologna get to 20 dev? Or 50 dev? Well, they start with a bonus in Age 1, but they've been dev provincing the entire time, and this is their capital as well. So they've been hosting parliaments there. The way that dev scales just probably should be a little bit different. A 50% stockpile capacity, 5% of your stockpile is added to the effective supply. And then it scales up linearly to 100%, right? If you nerf income, but don't nerf income flat expense, they massively reduce the demand for the first 60 years of the game. You're talking about the estate buildings. Yeah, to be fair, deleting the estate buildings would help out a little bit. I mean, I guess we could do it. It's gonna make him big Madge. I hate a dogpile, but the Incan government reform has been broken day one. You meet the requirements for the reform, it knocks it out instantly, because prior gov is a requirement. Yeah, I mean, I think Japan's also, like... Japan also needs some love. I mean... The game's called Europa Universalis 5, though, so it's like... I feel like I'm almost not allowed to complain about them focusing on not Europe, but... Or not focusing on not Europe. Seems like the demand system is more complicated than it needs to be in a strange way. Well, they're using it as like kind of a strange lever for trying to slow the economy down. And I think they could have just cut all the production efficiency. Like, I think it would have been more straightforward to just cut all the production efficiency modifiers in half. Like, they cut the tax efficiency in half. Tax efficiency was an insane modifier. I think production efficiency generally is just kind of insane. Testing every feature once works less well on economy stockpile issues. But buttons not working at all should not happen. Yeah, that's fair enough. Let's maybe integrate this as well. Oh, we have to conquer more of Aquileia. I think they're actually our rival, but Florence isn't. Do something like that. Market access map mode is glorious for your market. It is pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, a ton of really small markets is probably kind of meta right now. This is beta, right? It's normal to have bugs? It's normal to have bugs. To be fair, like, stability is not, like, never been an issue for them. But, like, yeah, I mean, if this was a live patch, I would be a lot more vocal about this, I think. It's perfectly plausible they already know about this and have plans on how they want to change it after release, but release beta with this iteration of it, yes. I think that this is... I think that very often, when people are complaining about things, they've already been fixed internally. I also, at the same time, think that, like, when they release the first beta on the open beta, and when they release the first iteration of a patch, writ large, this is a more important patch than normal, because there are going to be a lot of people who have not been playing the game who come back to the game. And so, like, even if they've like already fixed this internally, that's still like an issue there in regards to like player base health. You know what I mean? At least we get absolutely insane price collapses, though. You're right. Do we already have the tech? I think we don't. No, we do. Town city rates. Kind of creates a little bit of demand, but not a lot. Actually, I don't know the best way to stim up the economy. I think you just have to be really more in on the RGOs than normal. Which is wild, because RGOs are already, like, real good. But... I just had the money to buy market centers and everyone else is broke. Yeah, Venice's wealth, like, cratered, though. Stockpile based supply should maybe give a percentage number on existing supply. I agree. Like, I think the scaling is wonky. You could make this scale with the amount of actual supply. You could make it scale with the differential between the surplus and this, like, right? So if the supply surplus is 1 over the effective demand, you can make it scale with that. The thing is, it just scales in a way that's like, feels like it's going to overdo the job early on and then just underdo it later. Is me or is Vic 3 much better shape than EU5? Vic 3 is way more polished, yeah. Feels like there's no consistent vision. Changes are so random and unfocused. It does feel like this a little bit. Also, the speed, I think, is too fast. The speed should be... The thing is, a lot of people like start campaigns and then they can't finish campaigns before like a new patch happens. And then they get FOMO, so they want to play on the new patch, but they also want to finish their campaign and then they get frustrated. This is kind of nice for us. Well, we kind of want a lot of support. Maybe that was a bit of a mistake. But we want capital economy. We can either pass this or we could get a CB. I don't know if we even can attack Aquileia, though. Yeah, we don't even have our truce isn't up, so we'll get this thing that lowers our anti. Which side are you choosing for the situation? Why? Well, right now we're choosing the Ghibellines, but I think we might actually switch sides. Because we want the Guelphs to be successful. That way it's easier for us to take stuff in Italy. But we do have to keep an eye on it. Ghibellines are in the lead now, but who's driving a lot of this? Boho is actually giving a ton of progress. Maybe we should leave the faction now. It lets you generate a free CB, but the CB is now really bad for taking territory. So it's more about making sure one side wins. And I think we want to play as like an independent Italy rather than like, because we are a republic. If we are a monarchy, we'd maybe feel a little bit different about this. But because we're a republic, we actually can't engage, we can't become emperor. And so I think breakaway makes more sense. Do you know about stacking building discounts due to cheap goods? Yes. Was the stockpile system supposed to be simulated? I don't think it's actually supposed to simulate anything rather than just like be a lever on which to slow the economy down. I mean, okay, so there's actually this isn't quite true. As supply of something goes up, the price of it tends to go down. But that was already figured in the way that price was being calculated. So this is just like pouring on that type of mechanic. But the thing is as the price of stuff goes up or goes down, the amount consumed also goes up, like in an IRL economy. And there's no, like, thing that, like, levers up consumption, really, in a substantive way. And so you just create a bunch of artificial effective supply, just, like, cratering the price. And so, like, the thing that they have for abstracting price equilibriums, IRL, which would require iterative calculation, so it's not performative, so you can't do it in-game, this is kind of like saying we don't want to do that system, we want to do something closer to IRL, but then only affecting one side of it. Because demand isn't increasing, but the idea is to slow down the economy. So, like, I can kind of get behind it, but, like, the lever, this scaling with stockpile size is completely... It should scale with, like, the size of the supply, the size of the demand, or it should scale, like, perhaps with the total market value. But it's just scaling with something that's, like, divorced from, like, actually what's going on means that it is acutely, like, too powerful an effect when the economy is small, and it will become irrelevant once the economy gets huge, or nowhere near as, like, effective. Max extra stockpile size would be 5% of the 75% max stockpile capacity. Are they digging up money from the ground? They're trying. Nice for us. I forget we have to eventually push individualism. I get that they have to make new content for DLCs to keep the business model running, but I wish they would just fix existing stuff before implementing new stuff. Sometimes the fix is like a new version of the thing, but... I think we still are running into the problem where we don't actually want any of these. And we want a bunch of things that are locked currently. Bleh. You can give that guy head of cabinet. I think we'd rather... This guy was more competent. I would have expected this to be better than 0.4. I guess it wasn't by enough. Oh, we didn't even, like, use the right guy. This is our most skilled. Hey, he's 0.41. Let's go. We might promote him to head of cabinet, though. Does he have a cabinet trait that we don't hate? He does. We're not getting crown power characters, so it doesn't matter. And he's from the peasantry, which of the people we least dislike... Hey, there's a double negative. Giving more power to the peasants has the least negative effect on crown power. Why are these guys down to 0? Oh, fascinating. We can buy them off with stuff we want to give them. Accept demands for value. I gotta say, Vicky Patch and EU5 stuff are rough for me. They gotta be rough for you. Yeah, I mean, I detest that it feels this way, but, like, however good the games are going actually, like, emotionally affects me. Like, because it, like, affects, like, it's insipid, but, like, to some extent, how I judge how I'm doing is, like, based on, like, what type of views I can get and this type of thing. That, in a large sense, is, like, actually outside my control, and actually ties and correlates really, really strongly with player count. So anything they do to increase player count is going to increase viewership by a lot, and anything they do that's bad for player count is going to hurt. And I can't, like, I can't really just, like, go do something else, you know? I mean, to some degree, this is part of why I'm playing Extra Dominions, I think, in terms of the motivation. Not, like, on a conscious level, but, like, people are so negative around EU5, it almost makes me, like, not want to publish videos, because every time I publish a video, it's just, like, half the comments are negative, and I'm just, like, it feels bad, man. And they're not even negative at me. In fact, if they were negative at me, I probably wouldn't mind them as much, or, like, they wouldn't, I don't know. Like, when they're negative at you, it's, like, it feels bad, but in a different way. What's that ticking noise? Development should correlate with excess production after taxation? Maybe. Beta bug? Oh, this language doesn't translate right. I'm gonna save and reload, because that ticking noise is really annoying, actually. I feel like there's gonna be a bomb going off. I feel like this beta isn't the bug problem, more clearly that it isn't tested longer than 5 minutes to see how it feels. I mean, it feels like they tested... I mean, it's incredibly stable, which is probably the most important thing, I guess, but they definitely tested for stability and stuff. You mentioned liking the solving the puzzle of the game. I think most players enjoy solving the puzzle the first time, but then using that to power fantasy their runs. Yeah, I actually, like, I don't do, like, challenge runs or uber huge runs or this type of thing, so I think I'm, like, a lot different than, like, the average player in that regard. I don't think the players enjoy solving the puzzle after every major patch. I 100% am with you. What is this? What is this taking? What is that? Alright, we'll see if it goes away. I don't know. Are you live with, how do you live with all the alerts at the screen? My brain filters them out. Betas are betas, but like General said earlier, you can glance at the numbers being changed and see that something isn't right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, like, not even testing it, like, the numbers look... You have to, like, take the time to, like, think through it and be like, okay, well, how much effective supply is this actually going to create, and what relationship does that have on price? But, like, that's a lot, man. Getting 30k from the burgers, 10 estate loyalty, 8 million pops in my England game. Those seem like a lot. But, I mean, if this isn't, like, fine-tooth balance, I don't think that that's that big a deal, but... Stockpile should give some supply, even with zero actual, to make goods not available in market appear through trade, though. I think the pace is too slow. I can't spend 40 hours on one campaign. I think the pace is slow too. Oh, thank God. The noise went away. How's it going with the EU5 recession? I think we're kind of getting our way through it. We've, like, since we started the session, we've tripled our income. Partially because we split off the market and are having a much smaller effect now. Have you noticed the plague issue cratering every good from stockpile that Reddit won't shut up about? I don't think that's a plague issue. I think the supply stockpile issue is different than the plague issue. I think the plague issue doesn't bother me the rest of it the way it does the rest of like Reddit and this type of stuff. I think plagues actually should kill people. And people like, I don't know. To be fair, maybe actually there's one plague issue some people have articulated to me that actually seems like a substantive, like, big issue type problem, and that is plagues that don't go away when they ought to. Like, they just stay around forever, just killing pops for forever. It's not unreasonable to suggest that dev test builds internally for one day before releasing a beta patch. You'll have a hard time arguing that. I mean, they also delayed this by a week anyways. I don't know what they changed in the week. I am almost never upset. Like, I guess mildly annoyed, but like when stuff gets delivered like 1 week late or this type of thing, like that's usually, I'm more okay with that than like undercooked. Although, like, yeah, it's not like this game's crashing, or it's not like it's crashing at all, which would be a much more significant issue. Is it possible to spam infrastructure buildings and army to spike demand, or is it not enough? It can't be enough. It just, like, the way that a mechanic works is, like, whatever the maximum number on this is, that's what we have to actually overcome. So you have to... We would have to, like, 5x demand, or, like, 8x demand as it is currently. Every time they adjust a mechanic, it's either plus 100, minus 100%, or 100 plus 100% change. I mean, they do a lot of, like, doubling and halving stuff. Which I think is, like, actually, like, Sid Meier said that this is the way to, like, do it. Like, come in with a hammer, but... I don't know. I don't even know what we're supposed to build here. I haven't done, like, the math on what to do when all the urban buildings, like, get pushed to 0. Like, look at this! Look at this! All those extra levels for nothing. Except for we're the one who gets to keep this open, but it doesn't mean much, does it? These are our best buildings, by the way. Wonder if this busts the Andes? Because they can't trade with anyone? Maybe. It's certainly, you have to eat the... That's one of the issues, is you have to eat not only, like, the effect of your own market, but the effect of all the markets next to you because of trade. How do you feel about the new gov reforms? They're kind of sweet. The quantity serfdom one seems unachievable early. 100%. I have no idea how you're supposed to get it. There's not good ways for pushing quantity. We tried to push quantity. I don't know what pushed us back towards quality, but yeah, we kind of gave up on that a little bit. That's one we wanted to slot in. That's why we're floating so many gov reform slots. Kind of what happened to me with the poker back in 2010s. I love poker until I tried to play it full time. Then I got emotionally charged for me. I started hating it. Yeah. Professional poker is a vibe. There's something we wanted gov power for. I can't remember what it was. Guess we're just gonna hire courtiers. Alright, fair enough. If you like number going up, have you considered playing Capitalism Lab before? I've not seen that game. We should be more negative with generalists for his well-being. Understood. Thank you. I appreciate the support. I can leave some negative comments if it would make you feel better. Yeah, maybe I just need to do more lifting stuff, honestly. Because when I post lifting stuff, I get a shitload of negative comments. Is the beta as unplayable as Reddit made it seem? No, it's playable, but, like, it's weird. The economy is, like, definitely super uber slow, but, like, that's not necessarily, like, that's also, like, one thing, like, this isn't unplayable, it's just very strange, and it's, like, not a good simulation, but, like, it doesn't, and it makes it so the AI won't colonize at all, because the AI has no money, but we don't have 10 ducats to spend on exploration. The most secure I felt playing EU5 was ironically release week because of all the tutorials that were accurate and up to date. That's another thing that's frustrating as a person who makes content for the game is like, I like don't want to make tutorials because stuff gets invalidated very, very quickly, and not only that, the devs watch my tutorials and anything that I feel like anything I say is like really good or a powerful play pattern just immediately gets nerfed, and then I'm like, well, I don't know what to do. Like, this feels like very frustrating. Do the stockpile things even change the patch, or is it just an issue because of how demand changes? The stockpile things are just insane, and this is the big distinction, and people are saying that it's like Noble's demand and this type of thing. That's not the driving force. This is 100% the underlying, like, high-impact thing. It has a trickle-down effect on, like, Noble's income that makes proportionally the Noble's demand from the estate buildings, like, higher, and this is, like, what people are attributing it to, but this is definitely the issue. Ooh, bring back the ticking, never. I enjoyed the noise. That noise was like, what is it, like a Geiger counter, giving me anxiety. I feel like decisions and actions per minute is real slow, but per in-game year is too fast, pre 1.13, interesting, or 1.3. The bright spot of the patch to me is the new urban rights and gov reforms. Yeah, the new gov reforms are sweet. I'm with it. I also love the UI changes on this. Like, the first 2 hours of, like, us playing yesterday was so much fun, where we were just kind of... I feel like our allies should be in here. Oh, we're not the leader. This is defensive because of idiot that guy. Not like this. This is a Republic of Verona thing. Yikes. Ugh. This is because we're in a personal union with them. And we can't become the leader of that until we fight Aquileia. Gross. Gross. Gross because we can't even get anything from this as well. We can get a free parliament, I guess. Except we can't because that button's broken. Just kidding, never mind. I need to wait a month here. Had the measles for 100 years? Yeah, that's maybe bugged. So I was less concerned than the community writ large about people dying to plagues, but if they're like actually bugged, then they're actually bugged. Yeah. I don't want to hire mercs here. We could. We're starting to get some money going. Can't you destroy the reserves? No. What you could do is maybe build up marketplaces and delete them. I'm not sure. I think chat is just scrolled up. Hey, hey. Yeah, it is. I'm reading. I'm just a little bit behind. What if you embargo all the neighboring markets and do stuff to manipulate your own market? That might be like meta. I haven't played since release. Got any recommendations for a nation coming back? I would play someone in Italy because there's a bunch of new content in Italy. Have you tried calling an early parliament yet? No, but I'm not going to because I've heard the word. Stream is giga delayed. It's not delayed. It's just in beta. Okay, just kidding. We were talking with you about you with Playmaker. No, not like this. Hopefully all bad things. Let's go after these guys. And how you guys are the opposite in terms of game versus simulation spectrum. Multiplayer with you two would be funny. Playmaker plays so wildly faster than me that it's like insane. I don't think I could play multiplayer with him if he wanted to like play at the pace he plays at. He does runs like just so much faster than me. I'm also trying to keep up the pace of play of this. Where did these guys come from, even? Walk their asses from Albania? I mean, I guess. Albania! I actually have no idea how you could elegantly simulate stockpiles. Maybe Victory had the right idea of maybe not attempting to. I mean, I think that you're double dipping on what you're trying to simulate. I think that the system of like effective supply and demand not having to be the equivalent of each other and determining price based on the supply and demand, I think you're already building in an attempt to abstract out needing to find equilibriums. Because in a real economy, what you have is an equilibrium where the amount produced will equal the amount consumed. That's what happens in real life economies. Because if the price is, if more things are produced than consumed, what happens IRL? Oh my god. I don't know if I want to have like an economics 100 explanation with the class here, but if the price is higher, or if there's more goods consumed than goods demanded, then the price will fall. As the price falls, more people will consume, and eventually you hit a point where those two intersect. Doing that in game requires iterative calculations, is not performative at all. So what instead you do is you have the price and you have the supply and the demand not equal each other, and instead an equation where this manipulates the price. And it manipulates the price down, and you will get, if there's extra supply, it'll manipulate the price down eventually such that you will get less goods produced or less incentive to produce the goods. Now, in game, what's going on here with their new system is this is uber pushing. If you have an additional supply, what happens is, like, if we have plus 0.1 supply on a good, what happens is eventually we will hit the stockpile mechanic, and that 0.1 surplus will be, instead of that 0.1 surplus being fed into the equation, 8 gets fed into the equation. And then this just shoots the price down to 0, such that nothing can employ up anymore, and this craters all of the actual supply, and will oscillate and keep doing this until basically supply equals demand. So they're achieving, like, an outcome that's, like, semi-realistic, but the entire point of the abstraction of having an equation for price for supply and demand and not actually reaching an equilibrium where price equals supply and demand, why are we doing it anymore at that point if we're trying to, like, make the two equivalent? And I don't even think the goal is to make the two equivalent. I think the goal was to cut into profits, and, like, it's not even cutting into profits, it's deleting them entirely. Urban buildings just can't be profitable on this patch, basically, while you are stuck in this this thing. But the flip side of this is that this is scaling flat with the total stockpile size of your economy. You could see ours is going to go up as the stockpile goes up. This means that, like, once you hit escape velocity, where this plus 14 is not apocalyptic anymore, then the effect will diminish smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So it's, like, not even providing, like, a constant, like, thing where it's doing that effect, if that makes sense. We're going to build one dock, I think. The docks are going to scale up in expense relative to baseline, though. Do we have any... No. Sorry, I'm just, like... It's just, yeah. Loads of fun theory-crafting cover forms until I am paused in the perpetual smallpox and broken eco. I think a good way to stimulate stockpiles is to make stockpiles be used during shortages and balance the good until 0 for duration of the shortage. That way buildings wouldn't turn unprofitable. Mercs check. Mercs mod check. Well, mercs are a thing of the past now that nobody has any money. Except for the Papal States, who just runs your ass over. They confirmed in today's beta forum post that the plagues are super bugged at the moment. They have investigation. Hopefully, I hope they would patch it today. No, we're not going to get patched till next week. Because they didn't get the feedback. Like, they published, like, on Thursday, but, like, a majority of their player base, like, for them, Thursday is Friday, and then, like, they, like, you can only turn around things so fast, and then they have the weekend. Why did performance get worse in this patch? I don't know, but performance does seem worse, I agree. I really like the plagues. I like the plagues too. I think plagues should kill a lot of people. I think that in general, grad strategy gamers, and I don't mean this as in, well, I kind of mean this in, like, I'm not trying to single anyone out or call anyone out, so if you feel called out, I apologize. But I think in general, grand strategy gamers hate any sort of backslide. Like, they hate it. Like, anytime it feels like the line isn't going up, it's just like, the internal stress meter goes to, like, 100. And they're not used to... Or the grand strategy gaming experience, you basically never have any backward momentum, like, ever. And plagues give you backward momentum. I think it's a mechanic that, like, just in general, is going to be one that, even if it's done well, is going to be one that grand strategy gamers don't like. Just as a consequence of just, like, the always forward progress being, like, kind of the norm and the preference. I think the game needs to simplify this a bit. I don't know if the game really needs that much varying based on supply and demand. I mean, like, I think if you want to slow down the economy, the much more straightforward way to do that would have been just to cut every single production efficiency modifier in half. Because production efficiency is a huge part of why there's, like, a runaway economic train, or why there was, and there's not anymore, but, well, actually, eventually, I think when you overcome this, then you just, like, get this huge, overwhelming, like, economic train eventually anyways. I just don't know exactly when that comes, or, like, what that looks like. I don't have, like, a big enough sample size. Hope you're taking notes, chat. I'm pressed. I hate the kids, economy spreadsheet time. This will come up in the exam. Yeah. I mean, like, I didn't want to draw the arrows the wrong way and look silly in front of chat. I also just want out of this war, man. This war feels real stupid. It's not our fight. They don't want anything other than this annulling. I guess they're unlikely to take anything from us then. Holy shit. Are these mercs? God, we could merc, but I really don't want to merc over this. But we can't beat like 11k either. God, this is stupid. I think it's fair to have an effect from the stockpile but not break the economy. Yeah, I mean, they could have cut it by 80% and it would be much more reasonable. Grand strategy game in parenthetical derogatory. Not like this. I feel like they could have just had demand respond to price. That shouldn't be worse. Price calc always is. God, I love Victoria 3. Hell yeah, brother. Economic cycle, what's that? Fuck that shit. We're here to print, baby. I think we get away with snapping off the stack here. Let's go hide again. Waiting for dynamic yearly disease resistance depending on location density. That would be sick. Having some sort of prod effect thing is good to encourage people to stack buildings in one place. Yeah, but you could just cut all of them in half. I'm saying the modifier is so strong, like, and, like, them giving, they attacked, like, so this patch, they attacked the base efficiency, and they reduced it on a lot of buildings from, like, 20% to, like, 10% for the guilds. And the issue is if you have 10% production efficiency, it goes from 10 to 20 anyways, right? And if you have 40 or 50% production efficiency, they basically, it sounds like they're cutting the efficiency in half. But if it's typical for you to have 40 or 50% production efficiency, they're not cutting it in half from 20% to 10%. They're cutting it by like a sixth or something, from 60% to 50% in terms of effective. If that makes sense. So like, they could have just cut the production efficiency in half, which would help, like, and keep the base like rate kind of where it's at. I don't know. Victory is the one grand strategy game I feel fine failing or going bankrupt in. Something about limited war goals that AI enforces and the ability to come back from behind. I think you could always kind of come back from behind. I think players just hate doing it. It's Verona's war, but they don't even want to help. Terrible. I mean, I think these guys run out of food, no? They should, yeah? Logistics distance too long, they should just run out and starve. See if we can clip this guy. I guess we can't. I don't know why right-clicking on these guys doesn't properly hunt them down anymore. I think we no longer like that fight. You go Sunni for land acquisition, peasant republic land value, serfdom, you can go crazy stack RGO value. Maybe this might be the new meta. Yeah, I mean, the only thing you can make money on is RGOs, so maybe. God, I wish they would peace out. Holy shit. So many guys. We might actually just, like, stand down entirely. Like, we can't fight this many. We can't stand against the strength of Gondor and Mordor. Wait. Mordor and Isengard. One thing I wish the game does is incentivize more loan taking. If we could actually build positive firms, the new... so right now, the thing is nothing's actually profitable, so it doesn't make sense to do it, but we would be issuing a ton of government bonds. Should I just buy the new Vicky 3 DLC now? If you feel like it, yeah. If the amount of stockpile added effective supply was subtracted from the stockpile itself, that might bring the equilibrium back to the point where urban buildings are profitable. Yeah, but that sounds more complicated than just, like, reducing the number by, like, 80% or something. To show the power of hotfixes, Paradox cut the production efficiency in half. And didn't undo all of this stuff, so they just, like, they didn't undo the other stuff, they just cut it in half, not like this. That was a replacement proposition. Surely these guys don't have enough food, right? God, it feels... Wait, I don't want this guy going, I want this guy going. Whatever. Run away, basically. If he starts coming from us, we'll detach and then run away. Let's not get greedy. We just need to get him so that he's not pulling food. Mola. Hopefully this isn't like a corridor of death for us. Alright, AI doesn't realize. Realize. And the lie is that they have food. They don't. Surely this makes them collapse, yes? Oh, they have food access from fucking Florence, man. That's stupid. Because we can't deny this food access. We should... Can we deny it by standing on it? I don't think we can. I don't think this is a mechanic. How did I miss 2 hours of this? I need to fix my notifications on Discord. Womp womp. Yeah, we can't just stand on this and deny. They have a regular regiment. I think they beat us then. Oh, I can't deny the food even if we... whatever. This seems kind of small. Are we real here at Generalist Gaming? I don't know why you're talking in the abstract. You're literally the guy that reloads save game anytime thing you don't like happens. This is not true. I don't do it anytime. I do it if I'm, like, extra careless. And, like, not paying attention, and just, like, I, like, randomly get stack wiped. There's a lot of times where I just take it on the chin, because, like, I just, like, failed the thing. If you, like, watch enough. Like, if you control F, like, some of the transcripts on, like, my streams, like, and search for "we're not going to reload," you'll find, like, a lot of it. In instances where you could reload just to, like, avoid pain or something like this. But, like, also, like, there's, like... I often pull whether or not people want me to reload, and generally speaking, like, it's, like, 60-40. People, like, want to see a progression. Rather than, like, the struggle. I have found, pretty generally speaking. And over time, I've become more reload heavy than I, like, was when I initially was doing this. I don't know, or maybe, like, if the criticism is that I reload sometimes, that's definitely true. But that has a lot to do with, like, what people want to see. If you also, like... I've also played Path of Exile on hardcore on stream, and this type of thing, and there's no reloading there. And, like, I've definitely, like, punted a 100-hour character on stream before. Like... just full send, and then you gotta start over. Bonds do have mild use for giving loans to other countries. Interest is slightly lower. Oh yeah, maybe this is... These guys are attritioning. Maybe we just look to give them a nudge off here to try and get enough war score that Naples was willing to come to the peace table. Maybe this is a mistake and we're just supposed to let them attrition though. Yeah, because they have a regular unit. That's probably a mistake. Luca's murking up, though. Interesting. That does increase war score. I was hoping that they'd go for it. Your Brandenburg playthrough, you were getting 300 plus in 1500s. I started around in 1450, and I'm getting around 30 ducats. I'm really struggling to understand this snowball. Are you playing on 1.3? 1.3 is completely different. This is a war we could piece out of? Not really. He's not feeling it, unless he's just not feeling it. There's like nothing we can offer either. Oh, I guess if we give absolutely everything, I don't know. I don't think he wants to take our land, though. Poe Hardcore is a vibe. Poe Hardcore is sweet. No one watched it, though. Journalists, you don't need to get one guide by some randomer. I don't even know what that means. I think it's totally fine to reload in Paradox games. Yeah, I mean, like... I try and keep the reloads to, like, things I think are silly, or if I just, like, punt because I'm not paying attention, because I'm trying to do two things at once. I can't imagine judging someone for how they play a single-player game. I totally can. I know a guy who, like, plays Age of Wonders, and when he can't win the battles, he doesn't just, like, refight the battle. He has someone who he's playing with take the other side of the battle and intentionally punt with all the units. Which is different than being like, alright, we're gonna fight it again and keep trying, this type of thing. Even if they won't take white piece, sometimes you can offer some gold and they will take it. Oh, big true. God, I hate that they have food access here, even if we stand on like where their food access is coming from. I also feel like Verona should be able to wipe peace with like 40% war score, and the fact that they're not is obnoxious. Because we do not win this, my guy. I think, well, actually, I think I could afford enough mercs for us to win this, but there's like nothing positive for me here, or for us. We don't get anything from like merking. What's the goal of the war? It's not our war. Naples started it. They attacked our ally. Our goal is just to get out. SSF or trade? Trade. One guide lets you let some random guy in the chat affect you too much? Bro, you were the guy who... What? You're the guy who called me out. It's like the double call out. You reload too much, and then you listen to people criticizing you too much. Bam, bam. Double barrel. Fatality. I reload whenever, since the runs take 80 hours. Yeah, I mean, I've played, like... Yeah. I was an EU5 enjoyer. I did many a run where it required restarts several times to make it work. Me restarting 20 times because I did not get Biz Ren spawn event before Ren itself. Womp womp. I would love to play Age of Wonders, but I don't have to, but I want to spend 50k on all the DLC. How much is all the DLC even? I don't even have all the DLC. I can get, like, Paradox products for free, though, if I want. Huh. One across the bow, eh? Yeah, I mean, we're never beating that stack. Maybe we're just supposed to do this. No, that doesn't work. How rateable is Provence? I guess maybe a little bit. They don't have food access. Idiots. I think I was just on the side of the Guelphs. I want to be on the same side as Naples. Wait, why did Naples flip to... Oh, I want to be on the Guelphs. Right? The Guelphs are trying to break free. Bro, this is so cursed. Isn't Naples normally opposed to the HRE guy? Alright. Generals who are reloading Madge, not like this. Generalist cancelled, he reloads. Terrible. Wasted by the chat. Anything happen in the 2 hours I missed? One guide twice. Womp womp. Can't dodge both. Checkmate. This is how streamers lose the war. Me getting stack wiped on my way to siege down his stuff would also be great. Kind of into the counting house. I mean, feels like a lot of stuff is just like feels like we're waiting to the point where we have like a critical mass such that we can overcome the like negatives, basically. Why is Verona following our asses after like not doing anything this entire war? Reload guy supplying the negative comments you asked for. It wasn't me who said you reload too much? Oh, it wasn't? My bad. Do you have a similar profile pic as the guy? Reload guy supplying the negative comments you asked for it. Yeah, this is true. The actual attack generalist opinion on this shouldn't matter because because he reloads the game. He obviously doesn't know how to play. Checkmate. Just right to the chest. There was no judging. My point was have some self-awareness at chat in generalist gaming. I don't know. I still think grand strategy gamers, like, I just, like, I never see runs or reports of things where, like... Wait, isn't the war over? Oh, the war wasn't over, just that one person got pieced out. Holy shit, dude. God, my war leader's an idiot. Hey, look at that, it was at 65%. We could have had it all. Oof, Age of Wonders DLC is pricey and never goes on sale. I love to play Age of Wonders, but I don't have a friend who plays that could sack the other army for free, so I win wars for free. Terrible. Why even bother playing that? So I guess this guy will get pieced out. Oh, look! Now he has the war goal. God, freaking... This war is real stupid. I feel really stupid for also, like, accidentally putting the army down. Oh! Losing the one unit I have built. The funny thing to do would be to reload over that, but it's really not inconsequential. God, this is so stupid, this war. We had like 65% war score and could have like not had to deal with all this. I have like, I feel it in my bones, something bad is gonna get enforced on us too. He's coming for us and he would have stack wiped us. And someone in Total War MPs do the army throw thing too, but always criticized it as lame. Yeah. I'm a different person playing every other country in EU5 and have them just declare war on me and then surrender. I am the best player of all time. Enjoy your HRE game, basically. Flip Turkish. So, what's war score? You have to be able to get out of the war. The problem is, I'm not the primary negotiator. I don't actually have any war score. You don't get war score from battles, having won battles as, like, the secondary guy. My war leader's an idiot. Sounds like a 90s sitcom. It sounds like hell. This is what hell is. Holy. Just take Ferrara and be done with it, dog. Generalist reload gaming, not like this. Should have marked out. The thing is, we can't get anything from this war. If we start doing good, then our war leader gets the stuff. Got me back into Dominions, by the way. You're telling me this after you reload shamed us? Got me back into Dominions, by the way. I relearned what I don't like about the game. Mid and late game, supply lining with troops all over the place with commanders, etc. It's definitely super tedious. Also, it's like hyper important in multiplayer. Like, I think that us being really proactive about that stuff was like a big part of why I did kind of okay in our game. Yeah. Oh, where are they going? Can we snag one? Maybe not. This is awful. I just like want out of this personal union so bad, and it's so stupid because we're like a republic, so we can't like do anything. Alright, so we can maybe snipe this thing. Maybe we should just mark up so we can slap these guys around. I think we win. General reload is not like this. Wrong person, bro? No, I'm pretty sure I got the right person. I'm pretty sure I got the right person. I have earlier Magic Site Max and Dom 6. So many shiny things. Same. It feels like there's also just more variance. Like the later ages, like, all your tools, like, start to look very similar to other nations, and there's like more variety in terms of tools. Have I ever played Heroes of Magic? Yeah. It was a while back. Naples is back to take your lunch money. They never left. It's so frustrating. I just want a white piece with these idiots. Can we like thread the needle and just like walk back through here? Probably not. This is just probably a disgusting punt, huh? Because now they don't have any supply. How big is the HRE getting, even? The Provence adding all that shit, like, has happened, like, multiple times. Seems, like, kind of wild. I mean, they're supply killing themselves, I guess. We could hire mercs and then declare on someone else or something. Surely we get through this. We get away safe. Do we win with a +1? Oh. I don't like this. I don't like any of this. People might hate me for asking. People be haters. I have a math-related question. When is the mining charter urban worth it? Mining charter? Are you talking about the German one that gives you plus 100% RGO level? That's kind of like always worth it in a theoretical sense, but at a certain point, like none of them become worth it because the cost of the government power is too expensive. If that makes sense. No, general doesn't help. Womp womp. The default mining charter. I think any building you probably would just want to leave a town. Anything you would ever want to put this on. I don't know if we're supposed to... Probably. We were 65% war score. Our war leader's so fucking stupid. I don't want to annul the treaties with Hungary. I think that's the only way we actually can possibly do the things. He doesn't want any of our territory, but... he just wants everything he could possibly take if he's got a separate piece. Terrible. We can't even get food access from Luca. God. Still granary spam time. Yeah, basically. That or bog iron, smelters, lumber mills, the stuff where you don't mind losing the 5% prod efficiency. That's fair too. Had to go for a bit, but the economy's doing any better now from when you started the stream. Yeah, we're coming up a little bit. Mainly because we stole the market capital from Venice. Here we're trying to, like... not... oh, man, I just want him to enforce on Verona and be done with it. I don't think he takes, like... I don't think he takes an amount from us that is in excess of the cost of mercs. And this is just kind of annoying. Also, we could merc up, and then the balance of power shifts. And this is something that's, like, is relatively typical. We could merc up, the balance of power shifts because we have mercs, and suddenly Verona could get kind of a peace deal they're okay with, and then Naples actually wants a peace deal, so we pay a bunch of money, and then we get, like, just a white peace anyways. Can we come back into our territory? We can. Shit. Make it stop, dude. And now we are making gains? Man, I should have read that like 5 minutes ago, back when we were making gains. Yep, so Verona has to change faction. We made the correct decision about not marking up because nothing was enforced on us. And this war could have been an email. They didn't even take a piece of Ferrara either. Freaking weird. Like the original war goal. This war could have been an email. Why can't you get home? Wait, what? Oh, you are getting home. Full annex incoming? Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah, I hate that shit. I'm terrified of marking up if I'm not the war leader. Just like an Omega, like, value punt. And so there's just like a lot of like uncertainty, or maybe there shouldn't be. Maybe that's fine too, but like it feels bad. Like it feels like if you merc up, you should be able to be like, no, I'm not stopping hostilities. I paid for all these soldiers. I'm going to use them. And like I don't know, the like, just generally speaking, when you're not the one negotiating for your alliance, it sucks super balls. But it also really sucks that we lost all of our levies in that war. Unfortunately, could not stand them down, or as we were trying to maneuver around, we probably just should have stood down and let them go over it. That was probably a mistake on my part, but could not force retreat before we made contact with at the very end there. And then us punting our stack was basically what made Verona be like, yeah, you know what, I guess we'll give this up now. The stack is gone. No need to do anything here. They broke culture converting in live. It says I'm converting 120, but 26 control, but only doing 13 something. Well, it gets multiplied by control, but I assume you're saying that it's not working properly, right? Like here, the value's 2, but it gets multiplied by 0.2 because we only have 20% control or whatever. What's going on in the rest of the map? Looks like Castile somehow lost a war to Portugal by the looks of it. Or is this taking stuff from Portugal? Interesting. Granada's getting eaten a little bit. Ottoman's actually looking big. Even taking a portion of Greece. Nice, nice. Hungary took a little bit of Austria. Lithuania's doing kind of hot. Poland looks like they're doing okay. Nothing too crazy over here. Looks like we have a little bit of consolidation. We have Great Ming. Cleaning up the pieces over here. Still have the Shogunate. Majapahit doing a little bit good. Mali looks like they're doing about normal. Muscovy is only slightly bigger. Novgorod's about the same size. Sweden's colonizing a little bit. Wolgast still looks like Winnie the Pooh. You can't assimilate or convert tribesmen. That gets people sometimes. Yeah. Swollest Ottoman I've seen all year. It is the biggest I've seen in a while. Listen up, soldiers. Alright, now we have a ton of money and we have to spend it. Tax base per level is 0.61. I think we're maybe 25% tax, so that's kind of a lot of tax per level. Medicaments is, I think, the least profitable thing in our market, so we'll ignore that. Promotion speed's kind of nice, because it's making it so we can go for these RGOs a little bit better. They can move in the capital to here. It's not that expensive, but it's a lot of stab, but I think this is a better spot for a capital. Can't tell if it queued that in. Okay, there we lost the stab. Let's queue it up. Attack Venice when? We just attacked Venice. Oh, this may be a stupid capital move at this point in time. Can we cancel it? I think we can. It's just... in the short term, I think PADOA is better. And then it refunds everything, yeah. Alright, we're fine. We're in fine shape. We don't have enough harbor capacity for this to make sense yet. Eventually it makes sense, but we're not there. We're not harbor capacity, maritime presence. Patricians are no longer Maj. God, we're getting so much dev though. So hot right now, Hansel. Considering RGOs are great, me staying on Triad Eco for a while seems like a good choice. Maybe. I think the thing is like, you're trying to break through a threshold, and if you go cap economy, it's easier to break through the threshold. Where, like, these things start spinning up. Because they're Spinners Guild, get it? Have the devs said anything about the econ situation yet? Not as far as I know. I don't know how they're gonna fix it. Or tweak it. It's not necessarily this must get, like, changed in a hyper fundamental way, but... I kind of don't like the migration going away from us. Maybe we should use migration edict, actually. To be fair, I had 90 or so on trad eco. Yeah, it's definitely like, oh, we can get a bunch of statues, which we can sell. We haven't engaged in much of the selling yet. Request crown character. Like, can we just like put this guy? Oh, happy day, actually. Okay, I mean, we could just annex this guy. He's giving us claims, but he's giving us claims on kind of like a nobody. Or someone who we can't declare on anyway. Same with this guy, though. I hate that we're in a personal union with Verona. It feels so bad. We just want to fight him. The fix is simply to delete the stockpile effect on supply. I mean, they could cut it by a big percentage, too. If they keep the emergent monopolies, the autarky is boring. It's kind of hard to do that a little bit, but the system they have for like guilds getting entrenched in this type of thing, maybe one. I saw someone say they forgot to add base reluctance to the AI. And that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to just proof of concept abuse this. God, we have also like zeroed out sliders to the extent that we've been able to grow the economy. It's like off the back of like completely zeroed out sliders, which in my mind is also like one of the issues with the economy being so fast is that there's too many ways to dump sliders. Why am I doing this with the burgers? There should be a sell art toggle for the Diplo interaction. Yeah, just sell art when you get like full up on. I mean, I'm curious. We're gonna like sell art to our enemies basically, because one, we can steal it back from their capital or whatever. But two, just to like effectively weaken them. Grotesque view, hell yeah. You're gonna write that down. Selling art, OP. They really need disasters for low Republican tradition, 100%. We've been abusing this for forever. I don't know how it's like, or it feels like sometimes we abuse the shit out of something that's like maybe not that silly, and then it gets nerfed immediately, and sometimes something's extraordinarily silly and it doesn't get touched for forever. The thing is it's like making a disaster, I guess, takes like more time, but like the fact that I mean, also I think that monarchies might be best if you create disasters for both theocracies and republics, but either culture conversion broke or the info tab broke in one location. I'm getting 4x what the info says, and the other I'm getting 4x less. Are you looking at the actual pops converting? Because there's actually different pop types convert at different rates, so what you're seeing is actually the base rate, not the amount that will actually convert. Now that's kind of realistic. The powerful using art for tax evasion? Hell yeah, brother. Brother. Brother, what's that? That's your economy. Almost done integrating here, though. The only reason I could think they didn't fix it, they have a bigger plan for republics. That's fair. Maybe this is true. I wonder why Hungary's truce with them is longer. Don't have really good people for us to get in on, unfortunately. At some point we want to fight Milan. Oh, are we actually just supposed to fight Milan? And by us fight Milan, I mean them fight Milan for us. Why is this so much war score? Breaking truce. Truce? What? Not sure what we're supposed to do there. It seems a little bit weird. Prosperity for always seems good. It's continuing. Unfortunately, it wants to make Bellon a town, and we don't want Bellon to be a town. I think we just want to pass this. We still don't have many of our levies recovered. So I feel like we've lost a lot of pops to levies. Do you consider it cheesy to steal Pope's Cardinals at game start to get the schism instead of France? That's interesting. Two of the sub-Saharan African markets are under 100 decades of value in 1480. Yikes. This market's actually gotten some escape velocity. Is it? I think it's actually just sufficiently large that it's overcoming the penalty. Maybe not. I mean, they do have like 8 demand is kind of a lot. So proportionally, yeah, it's really diluting out the supply from stockpile. Because I think at the start of today, like 1.1 was what we were getting in our market. There's also some people who have just insane modifiers on the fine cloth. We have a similar price ending up, but we have half the local demand. Like, the gameplay pattern's not, like, awful. It's just very weird simulation-wise. What's going on here? Diseases are ramped up? How's the economy? Well, diseases are, like, bugs, from what I understand. Patched only 140 market, only 140 ducats. Yeah, that's kind of wild. That's so brutal, dude. Price of gold of 2. Where are all the local prod bonuses? Saw that Tuscan has fine cloth, this type of stuff, but I don't know where else. So if you look in the local modifiers here, you'll see the arms tradition, and you'll even see like a little arms thing if they have a modifier. So like there's like an arms thing here. Here there's a glass symbol. UI wise it's kind of hard to make out. Like there's fine cloth here and here. This probably part of why the fine cloth industry in Geneva is kind of doing okay. Was actually able to employ up. But visually it's kind of hard to see. Oh, let's look at Sweden. Surely they give Sweden bonuses. Do you still play Poe? When I play it, I just, like, play too much of it. I would play it. If I was playing purely for fun, I would play a lot more Poe. Never saw the arms. Well, this is new on this patch. But yeah, there's, like, little... Living in a world where grain is only 30% cheaper than gold is wild. Or grain. Yeah. Are you going land or naval? Probably naval. I think land is a lot better than it used to be. A big part of that is dev, but we get so much dev from PADOA content, so... Because this is just completely overtuned and out of line. You play Poe too? No, I prefer the first one. I mean, we can buy pop growth. I feel like it's not really that productive for us to, like, trying to... We need to hit, like, a critical mass, and it's almost like the pro mode pops is more important than us actually having something that's supposed to make money. Wild, we rolled Architectural Visionary 2. More of Poe 2. I didn't get like the game slots on gear, but the Poe was fun. Yeah, just like the Poe 2 just feels really clunky. I don't know, I don't like the pacing. Some stuff on it just also feels like hyper like lame. And like the scaling, like they like really anti-zoom. With New League, 0.5, Poe 2 has become really solid and no longer go back to Poe 1 now. I haven't played recently, so... People say it's gotten much better every league. Yeah, maybe I need to take a look at it. Also, maybe people just, like... Are just, like, growing more accustomed to, like, the difference and, like... the gameplay is like shining through a little bit more. I think like some of the balance was like really wonky, and like I didn't get to like kind of have the build I wanted in this type of thing. Have you looked at the automation for diplomats yet? Not really. And we're like barely positive on diplomats. Still anti-zoom though. Yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with anti-zoom. It's just like it felt like they wanted me to click more buttons and then were like punishing me for trying to make a build where I would click more buttons. And I was like, not feeling it. It's gonna be nice. I think it's wait another 5 years for our thing. I think we have a rivalry with Bologna though. So I guess we could go for something there. Spend a little bit on dip. Get dipping, bro. They removed the no duplicate gem constraint, which is huge. Oh, well that was like one of the more annoying things, right? Because you would be trying to use multiple, you would like scale like lightning damage, and then you'd be trying to weave multiple lightning spells, right? And then you couldn't use the best lightning support gems on all your different shit. Maybe we should just play Poe tomorrow. I don't know. We'll take the tax efficiency, I think. That'll allow this place to like ramp up. Kind of doing okay. Po2 first season was the very first used 2 buttons because support limit, but they removed it. Now I'm fully back in. The thing is like the channel demands a sacrifice. The channel like demands that I play. I have to play either EU5 or Vic3 more than I am like right now. Or make more videos at least. I think we're gonna do a retrospective for at least one of our runs from 1.2. And then we might do a video talking about like this nonsense. Oh, that's actually reasonable. Let's find some nonsense. Yeah. Content creator struggles real. Yeah, but it's not like that struggly. It's just like it just means I can't play what I want. There's 0 button builds. Interesting. I've been preaching that building costs need to scale up in some way, but that's not sexy apparently. The building costs probably need to be a little bit more nuanced than expensive building, cheap building, and it just doubles every age. Because scaling is kind of weird. Poe 2 tomorrow would be dope. Maybe we'll run it. I kind of grew out of Vicky 3 because I like a good war after building up my nation, but Vic 3 is war is lackluster. Yeah, war is definitely not the strong suit. For me, it's like I like in terms of me enjoying the game. Like I generally don't enjoy games after I play like 3,000 hours of them, but like I've also played like over 2,000 hours of EU5 at this point, and like they're close to 4,000 in Vic 3. Oh, we have, like, too much tech. Well, the first versions of these buildings will actually be profitable. Let's go for them. Second channel, man. Generalist reload in. Generalist save scum gaming. That's what I was hoping. Economy, slowed by raw material shortages, encouraging exploration. I have like an idea, a proposition for an economy like rework that would look like that, but like I don't know. In some sense, this is an economy rework, but like I don't like the I think that, like, it's just, like, the wrong lever to choose. Or, like, it's not entirely, like... The lever's, like, not entirely incoherent. The lever makes some sense, but, man, are they, like, pulling on that lever so fucking hard. War in my economy simulation game? That's one thing I like about Vic 3, though. It's, like, you go to war to, like, spin up the economy, not go to... You know, normally it's, like, the reverse. You spin up the economy to go to war. Not here. I think the counting house is actually going to be good for us, allowing us to kind of create some demand. Eventually, it'll force us underwater, but it'll make it good for paper and books. We'll do it here. Do we have a good thing for paper? Paper is kind of flexible, but it does like lumber, and this place doesn't have a lot of things. We could build the dark building. Let's auto-expand this. I think we have to be storing a lot of money for the auto-expand to kick off. Why is this, like, scaling exponentially? Holy shit. I guess it kind of makes sense. Genova market so swole? Yeah, we could build an entry po. But the thing is if we make our market bigger, we will add more dev to the market, which will exacerbate this effect. The penalty from like stockpile basically will go up. We can't bring the colonial resources to Europe because trade dies once colonies become available. Trade dies once colonies become available. What's the theory behind that? Just because the new maintenance like is like killing trade around that period? That's maybe true. Oh, that's unfortunate. The other guy had the dev, he had the best trade ever. This guy's got decent stats though. Can we get out? Wait, nope, we can't get out. We're bigger than PADOA, but it doesn't matter because great power score is calculated in a funny way. I mean, I guess we'll develop kind of 0.02 dog. When they say they rebalance PMs, I hope they would do things like encourage colonial cotton plantations to trade out to the New World. Instead, we got post-scarcity economy with mass unemployment. Yeah, and I think they should have gone after the efficiency like attack efficiency from the prod efficiency modifier perspective rather than the base rate perspective. Because you still get very similar, like, massive surplus once you get the efficiency modifiers going. So it just means it stretches out, like, the pain of the very early period, you know? Oh wait, which one of these guys has the high... This guy. What else could we change that we want? Serfdom's already kind of about where it can go. Aristocracy we can grow. The stimulus from them maybe not even worth that much though. Unfortunately. at this juncture. Yeah, just getting those, increasing control here until they get up to equilibrium. That in this beta is just play tall England and you become rural USA. Just nothing but cotton. Or wool, rather. Great power calculations even worse than before. Yeah, I mean, I think scaling it based on area is just kind of... This system is like whack. The fact that Egypt is like a regional power and is like considered weaker than like Hungary and Naples. It's basically collect areas, and some of the areas are worth more than others, but like the cap on area, or it's based on like how close you are to like median area value, and like half the areas in Europe are like capped. And what this does is it makes it so Europe can get a whole bunch of points relative to China, because China's also going to have the cap, but China's also going to control way more areas. So China, the problem of China becoming a hegemon everywhere is probably still going to be in effect. Do you have any tips for colonization? Now your margins are probably thin enough. I would not spend more than like 10% of your net income on colonization and exploration. I don't know how much money you're earning, but like colonization kind of takes a while to pay for itself. It's largely valuable through trade, and like now trade is like starting to fall off a lot during that time period. I guess the most important thing is for your subjects, for the colonies, in order to really get the full value, you like absolutely positively want to be diverting trade, because most of the value in colonies is from trading, and specifically trading a bunch of the RGOs there, and by diverting trade you get a lion's share of their trade capacity, and so then you get to kind of try and make it useful. Might as well start annexation of vassal. We want them to declare war on Verona. I don't know how Verona became like the leader of our personal union as well. This like seems whack. Can we change actually this? Am I being stupid? We could just change our system actually. Get out from this and then attack Verona. Let's do that. I'm not thinking with my dipstick, Jimmy. I apologize. China will always have 2 to 3 hegemons because he's spamming naval an army or playing tall. Austria getting ganged again by Hungary. Become Sunni. Big true, actually. This is the way. Just seeing how the Ottomans, how conversion heavy they are. I love when you declare war on your PU partner and look like you're fighting yourself. Okay, I don't think we can declare war on them. Big Sag. Hey, Fuji Apple. It's a solid trait. Oh my god, I completely blanked. What was our plan? We had a plan for getting out of... That's right. We need enough Republican tradition to do this. We need 50 Republican tradition to change the stuff. The thing is, I think we actually prefer Signora election. Because it kind of lets you get crown characters, but we could flip twice. God, that's 100 stab to flip twice. Seeing all the new content, I want to play the beta, but there are too many bugs to my liking. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's actually, like, pretty playable. There's just some, like, weird stuff. Like, the economy is, like, way slower in terms of functionally how it plays out, but, like, the simulation is just, like, completely wonky. But if you just don't think about it, you just have a way slower economy, but so does everyone else, so it's maybe not even an issue. You have so much stab now with the peasant button, and it matters less. Oh, big true, I forgot about the peasant button. Yeah. Just saw a snippet of your last stream reacting to eco changes. One thing that bothers me is that the increased upkeep doesn't stimulate the economy whatsoever. Yeah, but so I think the fact that 80% just gets paid for out of thin air is maybe like maybe poor simulation. And so they're effectively rectifying it, because effectively there is additional free stimulus that there maybe shouldn't be. So it's not that they're undoing a strangeness in some ways. Not what we wanted to use our Diplo for here, but... get some favors. The beta isn't so bad if you play somewhere that's super slow, like Southeast Asia or Africa. You're expanding super slow. Yeah, I mean, it's just like... and design-wise, I think they wanted to slow it down, so like they're successful. It's just like... the fact that all the urban buildings just make like stone cold nothing is like... I don't know if this is it in terms of how we like want to simulate this, you know? I think we see auto-expand working. I'm super excited for people to be happy about auto-expand. I just, like, I'm bummed that, like, so auto-expand I think is just an absolutely tremendous feature, and I feel like it just gets completely overshadowed by other things in, like, this expansion, right? Where is the other Bavaria? What other Bavaria? I don't know what you're talking about. Do we want to give extra points for traits or no? I think no. Kind of cheap for the bread. Not against anything auto by and large. Yeah, it looks like for right now our paper mill is actually expanding correctly, as is our tannery. And these things are break even. Booyah. Ship it. That's what we like to see. But they're both both creating demand for like RGOs and stuff. This place gets to actually be profitable in part because there is demand for the cloth for the paper. PM. If you're automating a mechanic because it takes too much time to do, simplify the mechanic. All those processor cycles could be saved. I mean, I don't know if I agree with the categorical thing, because you can take a different strategic route in regards to what you're auto-expanding. You're making a strategic choice, and then it's executing it for you. I don't think you're automating away the choice. You're just saying, build only this, and always build this in this particular area, but you're still telling it, you're not automating that choice away. So I see your point, but in like this instance, I disagree with like the characterization of what's going on. Adds auto expand to the base game. Monkey paw curls. Urban buildings also become useless. Yeah. Auto expand is not auto. Yeah, it's not automating the decision process. What determines where institutions spawn overall? Most institutions have a spawn requirement. If we hover here, we can see what the spawn requirement is. Like, for example, it has to be a port for the New World. And then all the places that satisfy this requirement, it spawns, like, proportionate to population multiplied by literacy, if I recall correctly, is kind of how it works. Mason's not the most profitable building. Granary doesn't seem to get overbuilt. Well, the thing is there's often the masonry actually doesn't break. So masonry is not subjected to this penalty, basically, because the masonry tends to not get over 50% storage that frequently. Which means that there's, like, less phantom supply. Because actual demand forces it under. And it's like really like a light switch. Like the second you get a surplus demand of a good, it becomes impossible to get profitable. But here you have surplus demand in a lot of instances, and so it actually shows a profit. Which, like, honestly, that's like that's so binary, like a light switch is like an issue. Let's actually set up some auto expands on the Masons, to be honest. So, like, we're actually just, like, living in the world where you're supposed to spam granaries for economic stimulus and then build masonries. And it's like, we're living in the dark ages here. Maybe... well, next opportunity we... let's do this. So that we could do this. Alright. Check out the new Govs Reform panel. I don't think you've shown it. You were correct. Now that I think about it, it isn't normal that the country's positive stimulus of building libraries and so on, because the maintenance would be fully for the king. Yeah. Or, like, the libraries, maybe there should be a type of library that's, like, an estate-owned library. Like, the stimulus is kind of strange. The fact that it's, like, plus EV is, like, the issue, I think. Markets aren't making trades on automation. Is this a bug? Maybe not. If there's nothing profitable. But if there's profitable stuff and they're not doing it, yeah, it seems like it would be a bug. I don't mind creating stockpile, creating pressure to lower price. The problem is because you don't have money, you can't control the demand that would be created from the lower goods. Well, like, the lower price doesn't increase demand, which, like, in an IRL economy, that's how it would work. So it just lowers the price and nobody buys it? Yeah. It just, like, the equilibrium, like, there's an equilibrium intersection IRL where, you get supply and demand equivalents at a specific price, and that's the equilibrium. And if you increase the supply, you reduce the price, and then more people buy it, and then the demand comes up to meet the supply. And similarly, as more people demand something, the price increases, and then more firms enter and supply the good. Right now, there's only a downward pressure, basically. Yeah. I'm pumped about the Mercs no antagonism exploit. I hope they keep that in. Wait, what? Mercs no antagonism? You mean declaring on the wrong person? I would like to say your road's been pretty quiet today. It tends to be more loud on the weekends, and then I stream on the weekends. This is kind of nice because I don't like... I mind that the recordings have, like, sounds more, and so it makes recording on the weekend worse. So you're saying add privatization option. Wait, what? Tyranny of the capital. I don't remember looking at this. But, like, things that we want, we, like, can't get. We would love the bank ledger system is something we would slot in. Everything we want to slot in, we can't get. We would like harbor administration, to be fair. This one's interesting. Getting access to another increased province control that's considerably stronger is also interesting. This seems strong. We would be okay with this. Does require plutocracy, though, which we kind of don't want to go. The planned storage system is what we really want to go. However, I don't know how you're supposed to push 50... You just can't early on push 50 quantity very easily at all. Forest villages are now my most profitable building. I wonder why that is. What do forest villages even do? And forest villages are uber trash, like, going into this patch. That's crazy. That's crazy. Which PM are they on? Crazy. I played the beta for 3 hours last night. Can't make money. Can't colonize as Portugal. I've never been one of those, this is unplayable, but holy moly, yes. And I know it's a beta, Lamont. Yeah. The eco do be, them things be thingin', with, like, an absolutely insane modifier for, like, spinning up the economy and, like, PADOA's devs, like, we're still, like, this feels real slow. I think I mean, like, but it's like, you wait around and it be slow. The thing is, the pace of play is, like, the meaningfully important part here, I think. Oh, this is such a big alliance, but it's a bunch of nobodies, right? Yeah. Like, because there's people who want to be able to reach the later portion of the game, and then there's people who are complaining that the game feels too slow. And from a pure timeline perspective, those are at odds with each other. Because the people who want the game to feel faster, like, they want stuff to effectively happen in an earlier timeline. The people who want to play a deeper timeline want to happen in a deeper timeline. But what you eventually need is, like, a faster pace of play. Like, you need to progress through the timeline faster. I think auto-expand helps. I think it helps a lot. Unless players are just full-on ignoring the economy, which, to be fair, the people who are trying to real zoom probably are to some extent, so... Is this still Bela? Balon? Yeah, it is. Trade is such a big portion of our economy, I think we go with this. We'll have to go back to pushing that up, the cap economy. Oh, maybe we should have tried to see if we could have passed and gotten to have it all. The performance was what keeps you progressing through the timeline. Too much micro and too many calculations. Yeah, I think click reduction is important, but also, yeah, performance is a bit of a thing. But, like, I don't know. Independent operations. We just put this on. They're supposed to win the war for us. Let's see if they do that. This is new. Playmaker said that he thought that independent operations did a really poor job of things, so I guess we can spectate. So far, not sure what it's doing. Looks like it's going for silly first. Cannon maker, we can... I think we want cannon makers here. But here's what I mean by, like, we never have to worry about building cannon makers here ever again after we click auto expand here. You know what I mean? Someone complained that it was too quiet today, and now they've started construction outside the house. I hope you're happy. My friend just plays the game, buys sorting most profitable, and spamming mass build every year or so. Yeah, so, like, if you're playing like this, I'm not sure auto expand helps you that much. And maybe I just have a warped perspective on how tight players want to play, but it's not efficient to play like that. But also, I don't think it's... I think you can accomplish your goals without too much difficulty if you play like that. So it's maybe not causing a massive issue, but... You know what I mean? Like, I don't think... like, if you want to spin it up and have the biggest economy possible, like, obviously it's an issue, but for whatever your friend's goals are in game, they probably aren't, like, really that stymied too much. You know? If the game started in 92, it'd probably be better for experiencing a larger percentage of what the game has to offer. I think, in particular, like, Japan wants a start date before Sengoku Jidai, so I don't know about that late, but yeah. I think the people who play the game on max speed have a very different game than the ones who play on 3 or 4. Yeah. Yeah, send them over to make noise? Hell yeah, brother. Wait, we failed to pass that? No, wait, that was the plan. That was the plan. Okay, so it looks like they've... Have they... How did we lose troops? Did we have a battle? I didn't even see it. But, I mean, it's kind of doing okay. Here you could see that they waited to recover some of their stuff. This guy gets offensive planner. It looks like they auto-assigned a person in charge. Oh no, wait, that person's one of our crown characters. It looks like they're sieging and kind of hunting down the army. I mean, the expectation is not that they'll be at any point smarter than the AI, right? Or like the expectation is that they have to play just as bad as the AI for this to make sense, but is this guy being brilliant? No, not really. But to be fair, if you can like if you don't need to micromanage wars because you can just put it on like, hey, do your thing, like this is a pretty big deal. If you play like that auto expand helps you off, you save your spam build every year. Auto expand is perfect. Yeah, but you have to set it up to begin with. I think what he's talking about like is plays in a way that's like faster than setting it up to begin with. If that makes sense. No, these guys aren't into it. Brixen, Friesen, Austria. So Austria is the only like really big person here. So let's improve relations with them. We maybe go for the full annex here. At least as bad as the AI. Yeah, I mean, I mean, this guy's still automated. He's just sitting here. Rather than going kind of chase down this army. Playmaker complained that he didn't like the way it played, but, like, I mean, I don't like the way the AI plays, so... Can you talk about where to build buildings and other eco tips in your videos occasionally? I do. Do you have a specific question? I missed when you used to do that on the earlier videos. Oh, more general tips? Yeah, I could probably try and do that. Boost your dip rep to reduce antag? Oh, big true. Actually, just don't need this guy anymore. We'll put the dip endeavors guy on, or the guy on dip on endeavors, because normally we'll just like kind of forget. But I think that what we're feeling is kind of the full annex on this guy. But we need Austria, basically, to not be in a coalition. So now this guy is he stuck? No, he's just sitting here for no reason. To be fair, the war is kind of won, so... Not incoherent. And look, this guy's sitting as well. So we would have to maybe get access. Playing a little bit of a different way. But I think I'm into full annexing this guy. We just need to get Austria relation improved a little bit first. Let's do that too with Brixen. Austria's down to 53.15. I think a lot of people have a misconception about EU4 community as world conquestors, but I think most are LARPers and don't want to be punished too hard for LARPing. Yeah, but they want to I think you're kind of right, but they also want to LARP, like, if I was in charge, I would be much bigger. And then, like, being much bigger should have... I think what most people want is actually, like, a difficulty level that is, unfortunately, like, impossible to achieve. And that difficulty level is they want the AI to play just slightly worse than them, and they want the feeling of constantly overcoming the AI and constantly, like, growing and growing and growing. And I think if you want an actual sim, there, at a certain point, growth becomes negative value, like, historically speaking. Whether it's because the population is unruly or you can't communicate between this type of thing, and I think that they don't really want a role play of the thing. They just want always grow while calling themselves, like, this nation type thing. Auto armies were going between a location and another nonstop without sieging anything. Definitely felt buggy. Yeah, but the AI does that too. Sometimes it makes sense to do that, but generally, yeah, there's, like, a little bit of silliness. Austria's only down 0.01? What? I mean, maybe we have to tolerate... We're improving relations with Austria, so it should be getting better pretty quick. I don't know what that's about. Do you see the video about Great Powers issues from the student? I mean, I could just look at the Great Powers issues. What did he highlight? I mean, it's just like, it's fundamentally just like scaling from something that seems very dissociated from like what makes great power great power. When we see a new podcast episode, maybe I'll try and get one with... I was trying to do one with Lemon, maybe we try and do it. I'm just like, what do you think of Construction Manager mod? Spiritual successor of the auto expansion? Well, I think Connor did both, so I'm generally a fan of his work. Which rights of the nobility do we want? I think we generally are wanting to push serfdom, so... I think rural noble authority is still going to be kind of the one. Curtail of nobility is not insane, though. Oh, that's a change. That is a change. It now doesn't prohibit you from having them in cabinet, it just makes the cabinet a lot weaker. We would like more satisfaction on our commoners, though. And at the same time, we want to be able to progress towards serfdom. To be fair, we can actually give out another peasant thing. But what rural noble authority lets us do is effectively will let us tax them more. The peasants. Because it lets us hand out more serfdom things. That's not going to work yet. But we will push that a little bit and then we'll hand out some stuff to the peasants. Which will allow us to tax them more. We have to keep in mind that burger max tax is freaking useless. Actually, it's not completely useless. In your 1.1 eco video, you talked about how building production and lower control can lower overall income, but I'm still not sure about when and where I should stop building. The like correct answer is it depends, but if you want a pretty straightforward heuristic, if you have less than 70 control, don't build there unless you have a production efficiency boost. And it's also a good that the buildings have decent margins on. If I know that's like a lot of like things going on, but like for example here we have 83 control here. We could kind of build some stuff here, But over here, we don't have in Trieste, we don't have 83 control, so the only things we would really build here are things that use this as an input. If that makes sense. And I think that this is a little bit easier to achieve now that there are specialized urban rights. But after a certain point, you don't actually want to hand out urban rights anymore because they're more expensive on the government power than they won't pay for themselves over the period of time of like the rest of the game. But I think 70% is, or 70 control is maybe like a somewhat reasonable threshold. The best building ever now, the Mason. 66 control is when it starts being negative. It's not, 66 control is not when it starts being negative. 66 control is where it scales in a way that is worse than what it was before the changes from the economic base from tax base to economic base for sliders. Whether or not it will be good or bad is going to depend on like a variety of a bunch of factors stacked on top of each other. So I can't give you like a correct answer that is a heuristic. I have to give you like a simplified answer. I do think maintenance scaling will ruin LARPing fun. I think it will. I think people like exponential growth, and people complain about it, but people actually like it. And exponential growth is is not realistic, and people complain about it, and like, yeah, I don't know. People complain about not having a challenge from the AI, but then they complain when the AI is too aggressive. And it's like, we can't have both here. If you want to min-max, probably it's not really worth, except when the inputs are scarce, like iron. In regards to, like, building for the prod bonus, yeah. Realism is greater than RPing. So many other games let you map paint, let me feel pain. I think that this is also, like, kind of informs my perspective a little bit, is, like, I feel like, yeah, I mean, like, there aren't really many games out there that are trying to actually sim the thing, right? And, I think we might just incur Austria's wrath and tolerate it, to be honest here. There aren't many things, though, that are, like, actually trying to sim the thing. And, like, the Paradox games generally are, like, making, like, the best faith effort to, like, actually sim the thing. I feel like. And, like, that there are, like, most games are just, like, more map painty. You know? Just in general. I think we have to give them, so they don't accidentally brick from rebels, we're going to give them one province, but then they'll also get to integrate it for us, so that'll be nice. Yeah. Yeah, they say the AI isn't hard, but when France big dicks and takes half their HRE, all on Reddit asking to go back. Yeah, and like they also like, I feel like they just always complain about the big bad. Like, people are complaining that the Mamluks were too strong. Just whatever's the strongest nation, you get a lot of complaints that they're too strong. And it's like, well, someone's got to be strongest. You know? There were too many things to list. HRE and Power Emperor had no GP score, while other smaller nations with less tax base, less levies, less everything, basically. I fully understand how the mechanic works in the beta. It's something with control and like... It works like this. Okay? There's a bunch of areas, that get a GP score. It is based on a per area basis. So this mechanic here, area. These things get a GP score based on a variety of factors. I think basically the ones that previously informed it. But there is a ceiling where they get a maximum of 10 points. So it's about controlling as many areas as possible. And the Mamluks, like, Lower Egypt is worth, like, 10 times, like, any area in Europe, pretty much. Doesn't matter. Still 10 points. So, this is to give nations a fighting chance or get to be regional relative to Asia, and the scaling is weird. But one of the issues is like, Bohemia has one area. So, they have one area. It's just worth 10 points. Glass, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. And it's just always worth this amount. So, you need to have multiple areas to, like, really do well. And when we look at great power areas, you need to dominate the area in order to be the person who gets the points from it. Well, Hungary, just by virtue of having a bunch of land, even though they're not probably too much stronger than Bohemia, if they are at all, they are going to be getting points from 6 different areas. Bohemia is only getting points from 1. Bohemia's area is worth more than double any of Hungary's areas. It doesn't matter. 10 points here and 10 points for Slovakia. France has a bunch of areas. We are trying to get in areas so that we can take over, but we do not control enough of the land in Venice and Friuli to be the controller of the area, so we get no great power points. And so, for our personal union, we can't take over the union until we basically get to controlling a full area. And it's like, this is like, this feels like a brute force abstraction because people are complaining about hegemons, and this doesn't seem like a very good solution to the hegemon thing. Like, I do think that they kind of address the complaints, but they should have just made it so China was ineligible. And, like, hegemons are maybe just weird, but now also you can get, like, regional GPs, but, like, now we have, like, Mamluks are a regional great power. Naples is an actual great power, and the reason is because Naples controls more areas, but Mamluks absolutely are more powerful than Naples. Are you in the Guelphs or Ghibellines? I think we're in the non-emperor one. Which right now, unfortunately, is getting really, really wrecked. I don't think we're gonna get what we want here. Bohemia adds just so much. Bohemia's lands just shouldn't fucking count, man. It's based on tax-based share, and Bohemia just, like, shouldn't count for this. It should be only the Italians. I've complained about this is the feedback I gave feedback for this situation, and one of the pieces of feedback I gave was, like, when Bohemia joins one side, it's just like basically like impossible to recover for the other side because it's based off tax base, but it should just be the tax base of the nations in Italy. Just Bohemia should be able to affect which ones are in which group, and that's how Bohemia should have an impact, but it shouldn't count as land. But I've not seen any other creator mentioning it. Yeah. Is it worth starting a new run in 1.3 as an Italian state? If your tolerance for silliness is relatively high, then, like, absolutely. I'm having fun. Except when it looks like I'm ranting. But also there's some really OP modifiers that if you want to play with it, playing with it now maybe makes some sense. But if you wanted to wait, that also seems fine. There doesn't seem to be anything that's, like, super buggy, other than plagues, from what I understand. Aggro Winter was fun. The backlash was really sad to see. Yeah, Aggro Winter was a lot of fun. From a gamification perspective, the AI actually being willing to expand, for me, was, like, so nice. But now the AI is just, like, super, like, limp dick about everything. Unless they have a personality that makes them aggressive, they just don't do anything. The expansionist ones kind of occasionally do a little bit, but unless they're red in this thing, they're not really going for it. And like some of them, I think the blue ones are like actively passive, yeah. But like, just make China stays unified and the hegemon system was fine. Just make it so China having the mandate makes you ineligible for hegemonies. It's so straightforward. I think they can remove GPs altogether. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a weird abstraction anyways, and like hegemonies are kind of weird. So you do know about it? The lad in the video made it sound like it's the worst thing ever, and how could they make this mistake? Well, this is embarrassing blunder it is, and he went hard. Well, yeah, but like... I agree that it's, like, silly, but, like... this has very little bearing on, like, gameplay. Like, why is Naples in the HRE? Don't they want to make the land Italy? Nope, they don't. This is like pretty scuffed like Ghibellines and Guelphs from the perspective of the Guelphs being able to win. We were also originally on the Ghibelline side, but we flipped. Instead of playing 1.3 Italy, try and form Prussia, just flip back. That's a huge jug. I'm a huge guy. The Pope's tie, the mount should count so it counters the Emperor's. Yeah, this is also, well, I think maybe it shouldn't, but like, yeah, if we're gonna count all the land in Bohemia, maybe we should count like the Pope's tithe. As soon as you can afford 80 ducats a month on mercs, the game was over. That's a big part of what made the game later on. We have aggression setting though, works great. Yeah, I mean, but people want to see, yeah. Try random per ruler. Stuff really kicks things off. I was meaning to play with that setting, but then I forgot. I guess I could switch it now, but... It's very nice seeing the Ottomans, like, actually do something, because they're set to aggressive. So... The UI for this is just bugged. What the hell? It was telling us that they were coalitionists. Now it's telling us that they don't have any antagonism towards us. That doesn't make sense. But okay. I think we could flip Modena culture. Eat shit. Portugal attacked Castile. I can't believe this. Nationalism kicking in. The flag music is playing. Yeah, it looks like they took land off of Castile. France too. Castile's struggling. One complaint about the Ottomans is they still get wishy-washy about attacking Biz. Yeah, that's fair. They don't like attacking across the strait. I think there's a bug that sometimes nullifies all antagonism. Interesting. Very good at going after the other Beyliks. I think they have a mechanic that gives them CBs. Really, really easy. And maybe they just need more CBs on them. Let's see Paul Allen's tax base. They're kind of recovering from the apocalypse. They're not recovering. We're kind of recovering. Is it just uber molasses early on and then it's kind of okay? I mean, kind of. The thing is you're still just gonna have such an exponential run up, but I guess it just slows you down. Like, this mechanic is like too slow early on, and then like maybe too rel later on. It's kind of hard to tell. Well, the second part's hard to tell. It's not hard to tell that it's like just Omega overtuned early. Number 6 GP Castile with no tax base? Yeah. Why is the Kingdom of Anglia? Is that a historic thing, or did that weirdness happen? I think this is like, this didn't happen like historically, but this is like an alt history thing that was like highly plausible. I forget exactly what you have to do to make it change to Kingdom of Anglia. Does this mean, yeah, do not build a warehouse. Do not build a warehouse. Don't do it. Warehouses are bad. Never build a warehouse ever. A warehouse, every time you build a warehouse, a kitten dies. I'm not sure if we want the market bigger or not, because this increases our storage capacity. Latin court language. Flip liturgical language for court is what I've heard. Alright, alright. Why no warehouses? Because the warehouse, the effective supply that collapses your economy, that is giving you this extra 75% of extra supply from stockpile, this scales with just flat stockpile quantity. So you do not want your stockpile quantity to be large. Warehouses increase your stockpile quantity, so it increases the depression on all of your urban industries. Are libraries changed since you haven't built those either? Libraries are like kind of okay, but the thing is like it's a lot harder. We can kind of overcome this to some extent with libraries, but what's changed for the libraries is the libraries like maintenance was not enough to make them effectively cost stuff, so they were effectively stimulating the economy. Now, maintenance costs scale up. And I think the libraries are probably plus EV. I think they're probably plus EV now. I don't think they'll be plus EV for very much longer. And then when all the new buildings and stuff get unlocked, they'll be plus EV. Like for the buildings for paper and books. And then eventually they'll be minus EV, like 300 years into the game or something. Because of this modifier scaling up. Closing and then reopening a warehouse. Maybe this is also the meta, is you have to close down you build the warehouse, but then you close it and then open it. I guess we could try this. Worst case scenario, we just delete the warehouse again. But we can fiddle around with it. This run's not exactly caked up anyways. Supply from stockpile so overtuned? Yes. Kano Kabai. Hello there. Thank you for the follow. Kanobi. Do you play poker? The first videos on my channel are poker. YouTube's now weird about poker though, so I don't think I would make any more poker content. I might take those down even. Because like YouTube is like not consistent on what they consider like promoting gambling or whatever. In regards to poker, is like pretty obnoxious. Oh, I think we wanted this to be changed to saddle values. But we need it to be that later. Got it. Yep, that's right. I have eyes. I just, like, looked at the thing being not the right numbers, and I just wanted it to be different, but, like, that's not how that works. That's not how any of this works. What does closing the warehouses do? Well, the effect only comes into play. The effect only comes into play when you're over 50% warehouse storage. So, I think in theory is theory in theory, but not in practice. In theory, you could open warehouses, increase the stockpile capacity, and then close them to delete goods. I think we should actually just look at what our stockpile capacity is, though. Yeah, so we will increase the stockpile capacity by a lot. And what the metagame for us will be opening the stockpile, letting the stockpile stay open till it gets to 50%, and then closing it, and delete a whole bunch of goods effectively in order to avoid this effect entirely. And this is... We talked about this maybe being the metagame on stream, but this is, like, so insipid a play pattern that, like, it just, like... This is real stupid. Mr. YouTube himself went out and said most gamblers quit right before they win big. Yeah, you heard it here first. I do feel like poker isn't, like, 100% gambling. It's more like a social mind effect. Well, like, you could have... Poker is a game... Like, it's a game where you can express a skill edge. It's not entirely random. Like, a version of poker, but it's mostly random, okay? But, like, the reason why you can play people for money in poker is because it's random enough that people just blame when they lose on bad luck, and when they win, it's because they're so skilled and handsome. Chess is semi-random. Because you kind of coin flip who gets to play the white pieces or not. And that makes a little bit of difference. At top level play, the person with the white pieces wins 55% of the time, with draws counting half for both sides. You could, like, the degree to which chess is, like, luck-based as a consequence of that, it's like the reverse for poker. Poker's, like, 90% luck. But you can still acquire a big enough edge that you can win more often than not as a consequence of skill. So it's not like pure gambling. It's just you're playing for money in something that is really extraordinarily high variance. Like if you were a chess hustler and you played people for money to some degree, if you flip a coin as to who plays white or black, then yeah. Closing presumably removes the max stockpile. That's what I'm thinking too. All right, so let's look at our stockpile. Yeah, so now we have like 50% of the stockpile filled, and because we have 50% of the stockpile filled, the effect should turn, or the effect turns on, but only like 5% of it. So now look, all of our prices are trending up. It goes from like it starts at the 5% of the stockpile when it's 50% full, and then it goes up to like 75% at the end, or something like this. So it's like linearly scaling from when it's half full. But now our industries will actually be able to employ, and then, oh no, more supply from other people dumping it into our market. No, because everyone else's market is fucked. But this maybe makes our trade more profitable. Were we paying for this? We wanted to start paying for this so that we could put in some privileges for the commoners. After we flip this over. Got it. Yeah, to some degree it's like not avoidable, but like we could also embargo everyone's asses. Alright, let's change this to this, and then go serfdom. Cool. But now, when these other ones finish, the effect should go away entirely. Temporarily. Okay. So now we have 4 warehouses. And I don't think they fill that fast. So, now I think we're below 50%. Yeah, because we have 800 storage from warehouses. So, when we wait a month, the target price should go way up, right? It didn't. It went down? What? Why is effective supply going up? God, it's the fucking trade, dude. We're just trying to show this effect, but the trade from everyone else dumping into our market. Oh, it's like Thanos. Thanos, but it's a warehouse. It's like, I am inevitable. Like, do low stockpiles generate demand? Nope. There's no, like, positive effect. In fact, having more demand than there is supply actually decreases demand. So they introduced 2 downward effect on prices, but no upward effect. It's approaching an equilibrium, and the fact that it's an equilibrium is interesting and maybe a good simulation, but it's only in like a downward pressure type of way, which is maybe not, yeah. If warehouses opening and closing becomes the meta, then they're clearly not thinking about game effects when they make changes. No, I mean, like, I think this is... Are we making more money? We're not even making more money. God, this is so stupid. I'm trying to show something to you guys, but the stupid idiot traders are fucking it all up. To be fair, the current price and the target price are higher than they were before, like we did any of this nonsense. But okay, eventually the storage will pick up. I don't know why it's still giving us this effect, though. At all from the extra supply from stockpile, but okay, I guess it is. Local supply is 0, so it's no longer profitable for us to build shit. The truth hurts. Price is rising because the trades are getting canceled because they're no longer profitable. And it's settling at a price that's higher. Okay, now the target price is kind of quite a bit higher. This isn't starting at 50% though and scaling like 5% and then scaling linearly though. They're not even at 50% storage yet. So what other people told me was going on in terms of precisely what's going on was incorrect. I don't even know what we want here. I guess universities. Well, Naples is shitting on Milan. Why? You're on the same side, my guy. Yeah, you know what? I think it's just actual nominal supply quantity. The 50% thing is just the light switch, and then light switch is on. But how much do we have stored here? Maybe we can show some stuff. We have 600 stored. The market center and development gives around 450 capacity. So that means in theory we could delete like 15% or sorry, 25-ish% of the effective supply here. So we could delete this down to like 14, which I think is like what we started at. So let's close the market warehouse. Let's close the market warehouse. And then take a look at what's going on. There's going to be 18 demanded. Or supplied. We think that this should go down. No, because they have more storage, because why? Oh, you can store more than 100%? Why is this? Okay, this went down. A little bit. Not as much as we thought it would. We are at max storage, though. Weird scaling. The target price is much higher, though. Let's give it another month. See, now a bunch of trades are fucking it all up. But what happens if we reopen this, then? The scaling is weird, because, like, it has to pass, like, a threshold or something. So is that 17? Will this drop? No. Now it dropped. Oh, 0 from the stockpile, 100% from trade. The target price is going to the moon, baby. So this is the meta, to actually open and close your warehouse. A bunch of warehouses every few months or something like this. Why does every player get into chess or backgammon every single time? Wait, what? They're still dumping? This game's so fucked. I'm glad that they're actually testing out, though. Hopefully the devs will listen. To the warehouse. Yeah, okay, so this is just like... I don't think we're gonna do this. I think we're just gonna close the warehouse and, like, play without it, but this is so stupid. So without being gamey, how would normal play pattern change? Well, so you kind of focus... It depends on if you control 100% of your market or not, but since a bunch of markets are adjacent to you, it kind of doesn't matter. Yeah, you just focus on RGOs. RGOs are the only thing that doesn't get forced to break even. And then you need to spin up your economy enough to have, like, escape velocity, because eventually you get out from under this, because... This is scaling in a way that is not scaling as fast as your economy. But boy, is this, like, big sad. Is the winner-take-all efficiency system now? Yeah. So, to the extent that there are going to be firms that are positive value, the ones that are going to be remain open are the ones with the most production efficiency. What if you built a bunch of stockpiles and then destroyed them all at once when they're filled up? Yeah, this is... I guess this would be better. The more markets you control, and you delete them, delete all of the things from simultaneously, the better. How many warehouses can you build? It scales depending on... I think it scales a little bit based on city, but let's take a look. We have built the maximum. Yeah. Not a lot. Microing the economy? Is this how we for, but microing the economy? Yeah. We gotta get a, what is it, a surround? Eat shit, pal. But please don't hate us. We're talking about poker? Yeah, chess and backgammon. I would like chess more if you didn't need a PhD on openings to play. You just play 960, man. You don't need to know any openings. Okay, we paid for way too much of that because we were testing and we forgot. We could now give out some of these. I think we can give out 20%, yeah. We're 0.2 progression. We have parliament representation and this one, I think. That'll be good. And do we want anything else? I don't think so. So let's hire some of these guys. Whatever. Okay. Why are you paying for court? Because we needed some for doing stuff. Does Golden Horde collapse? Kinda. What about masonry and lumber stockpiles? Well, those are easy to store up, and it's easier to collapse prices to get cheaper goods, yeah. But back to the silliness. So target price coming back down because everyone is dumping all of their surplus to us. 100% of our supply is from adjacent markets, dude. I guess in theory we could like delete enough goods from other markets too to like, if we keep on doing this, because every time we do it we delete a bunch of goods. If we delete goods from all the surrounding markets, eventually we can get the prices up, but boy oh boy. Do we not want this to be the gameplay pattern? Now I feel like obligated to do it, because it's just like, it's so obviously better. But like, this just has to be like the most insane gameplay pattern ever, where we're like opening and closing like the building to manipulate like the thing. I mean, it looks like prices elsewhere are coming up based on the fact that there's fewer imports coming our way, I guess. But I mean, it's interesting also just to confirm what we suspected was the case. I mean, we want to flip their culture. Okay. Tax exemption on them matters a whole lot less than it used to. Mode. Where did we put that? Map mode. There we go. So easier for us to get some of this lower stuff. We will go for actually passing this. Your father smelled of elderberries, and your mother was a hamster. I haven't tested it deeply, but building tiny markets in every possible location may be the play. Yeah, because this decreases the total amount of dev within the market, so it decreases like the flat stimulus that's negatively affecting everything. I would play chess if they added microtransactions. Just play it for money. What beyond RGOs is worth building long term? Well, eventually the market gets so big that it kind of like transitions to a slightly slowed version of the same market, but I think a lot of it's just waiting for like workshops almost. Be right back while I max out my clergy with theocracy. Hell yeah. I'm ready to go back to playing 1.2 until they fix balance. It was cute for a while, but this is kind of dumb. Yeah, no, this is a little bit of silly billy business. I don't know. We might make a video on this tonight and then play a different game tomorrow. We can't declare on them, so it doesn't really matter. Look at how much more money we're making though after doing this little jiggle around. Yeah, this is Perma's interesting. I already did my Molly run to escape the lumber apocalypse. Any other places that are isolated? I'm joking. Doesn't sound like you're joking. Doesn't feel like you're joking. Feels serious to me. Always one step forward, two steps forward, one step back. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely. I mean, I definitely think that this probably gets fixed next week, and it's super simple fix. But this is so stupid. Is it time for us to lock it up yet? Well, it's getting there. Prices are coming back down. All right. All right, all right, all right. All the goods are deleted. Stockpile is reopened. I feel like there's a lagging effect where this actually doesn't register it immediately. This number's still going up. Why is that number going up? Why is that number going up? Like dramatically. Oh, we could have gotten more. Maybe we can win it without Hungary. Seems like we should just play defense and then invite Hungary. Still trying to figure out what exactly is going on here. Why is the extra amount of supply from extra stockpile going up instead of down? Well, the stockpile's going up dramatically. Okay, the stockpile's going up dramatically because of all the imports. Do we have to close it enough to kill the roots? Alright, let's close it. Is that like 15 or something? Okay. Is this one of the guys with a positive modifier for it? Nope, he's not. Yeah, this feels fiddly, however you want to... So now it's 100% from the stockpile, so the trades have been killed. But we think that this 17 is like the max we can have with the closed warehouses. The trades are dead. Let's reopen these. So need to go 2 months with warehouses closed, I guess, or something like this. It's maybe like fiddly. Yeah, so you have to go an extended period of time with the two things closed. And now the target price is 6! The crowd goes wild. Are you gonna make videos of a 1.3 run? Absolutely, but not on this patch. Hey Cthulhu's Pigeon, how's it going? If we have excess cash and hit high cap in high control, should we build in low control even though it's decreasing tax base and increasing building maintenance? You should if it's net positive, but it's not necessarily net positive. Watch out, you might nerf the warehouse meta. I hope so. Look, if nothing else changes, I do want the best play pattern to not be opening and closing the warehouses every 6 months, because that is awful. Like, if nothing else gets changed, if we just say, you know what, we're okay with all this. At this point, it seems like the ecosystems they had on release worked better now. No, because, like, trade was really stupid on release, if I recall correctly. Or was it 1.1 where trade got real stupid? But trade was, like, super opaque because it looked like you were making money, but your trades were actually underwater. Like, if your trades were earning less than a ducat, like, it was probably actively bad. Like, that's maybe an issue. I think you mentioned earlier it was over 100% stockpile the month after you close the warehouse, so goods get killed 2 months in. Oh, okay. That's probably it. It needs a couple months to kill the goods. God, this is so stupid. And then now we're just going to get absolutely fucking bombed. As the price comes up, we're going to get bombed with imports. Or people exporting to us. Woo! Let's go! We need an auto-close mod? Yeah, an auto-warehouse toggle mod. Going alright, delivering pizza again? Nice, nice. What type of pie? Did you find anything else in your run today? I mean, we kind of clarified this a little bit better, but not really. I mean, I'm kind of having fun now. Just because this is, like, so absurd. I don't know. I guess this is the soup we're swimming in now. Where we're gonna be doing this. Because we're getting the price up. We're slowly cranking it up. We're cranking it, we're stanking it. It's all like, it's all from trade. We're siphoning in the fine cloth from the surrounding area. Okay? Have you ever seen The Incredible Hulk? Like the really bad one. The one with the Ed Norton. Right? Where he fights the older dude. And he absorbs the surrounding energy. That's us, but with fine cloth. We're absorbing the surrounding fine cloth. And we are becoming fine cloth ourselves. And then once we are the finest of cloth... once we increase the price everywhere else, we'll be able to push up the price more in our... God, this is so stupid. Like... But we're, like, other people's stockpiles are getting better, too. Are they? Are they not? Yeah, so look, their price is slightly trending up as well. So we will have to push up all the surrounding markets' prices. This is the way, chat. This is peak economic gameplay. Peak. We could set this guy on try and win the war, but we're just gonna kind of wait here and let Hungary win the war for us. Oh, do they not have access through Croatia? You mean we have to fight our own battles? Not like this. Alright. In that case, we're building a couple more armored horsemen. I don't think we want... I don't feel like hiring mercs here, man. Yeah, Hungary's not in the HRE, I guess. Do we not win this? We're really hitting his morale, but... One of our flanks is about to fail. Looks like we might not win this. Chad, I'm concerned we don't win this. Where'd Hungary go? So maybe we need to mark up anyway. Womp womp. Wait, Hungary white pieced out? What the fuck is that? Okay. So far, Upper Austria is the only one with the upgraded units. But would not hire out as many units as we would like. Alright. I mean, this is what we get for trying to abuse using allies, friends, terrible. But wait, chat. How are we doing here? The price is coming up. We're getting price dumped but not as much as before. Hell yeah, brother. Alright. Remind me in 2 minutes that we have to open and close the warehouses again. Okay, thank you. We'll say no to whatever that peace offer is. Oh no, why is the game going so fast? We win, but... like, the lack of smoothness around, like, the month tick is, like, painful sometimes, man. Alright, but we're gonna wreck him here, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Tight, tight, tight. Blue, yellow, pink. Just give me more of that. Oh no, did they hire mercs? Fuck, they hired mercs. Can we get out of here? Let's get out of here. We have to hire more mercs. One government bond. It's very cool that we get to use this mechanic now, but... one government bond, please. Was it Styria that had the at least one men-at-arms? Yeah. Wasn't trade weird on release because it nerfed it? Because people's campaign was more important than tax pre-release? No, that was like long before release. I'm having fun because this is so absurd, that's what I'm saying. Bring back 95% core cost reduction and plus 300% cav combat. The real old history. Is the beta as bad as everyone says? No, it's not as bad as everyone says. It's like a bunch of fiddly weirdness, but like it's not like unplayable. Dumping cloth in Venetian Sea? Peak gameplay? You gotta throw it in the water. It's called controlling the supply. To be fair, like, digging the way that, like, this battle's going, they're so much stronger than you. Well, that's rude. Opening and closing warehouses to manipulate perception of stock is basically what NVIDIA is doing with its GPUs. I thought they were selling to and buying them from themselves, effectively. Oh, look at this! We have this bar now, which tells us what percentage of things is mercs versus levies. That's actually kind of sick. Let's slow down the game a little bit, and also, I don't think we have the tactics advance yet. Do we? Bueller? We do. Let's get those, the merc stuff. Tremendous. And we can see that he is less merc than us. So we think we win this. We think we win this. Unless their general is like an absolute Chad and ours is a soy boy. Nope, not really. Think we win this? Yeah, no penalty, bonus. Close-ish. Thing is, he might remerc up behind, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. More importantly, More importantly, is it time for us to close the warehouses again? It might be time for us to close the warehouses again, chat. These warehouses, they've been done open too long. For too long, you've tormented my economy. There's a Lord of the Rings reference for you. It's mercantile. Burn your own locally supply of an interchangeable good, globally produced, should not result in profit, though. I think you need to read up on economics. Might be a little abstract for you, but it actually turns out the less stuff you make, the better. Thanks to you for coming to my TED Talk, my very unserious TED Talk. Okay, we get the war goal. They don't even need to finish the retreat. You shattered, retreat them again. Yeah. Fiddly weirdness sounds pretty bad. Yeah, it's a time. My PADOA run, I'm gonna have 100 dev before 1600. You're not wrong there, brother. Ooh, imagine when we get some percentage modifiers. We should win that, no? Yeah. Didn't really get as much damage done as I would have liked, though. But we're about to fill in the blanks on the war goal. We can force them to faction change and then grab a chunk of them. Not sure. How quickly we get the Lombard change off. We can start culture converting to Lombard though in 2 places. Which should speed it up quite a bit. Milan can't join against us. I think this seems fine. Kind of an expensive war for us here. Absolutely want to get to the other side of things, though. We're gonna release 2 subjects. Do we have, like, maps or anything? I don't think so. Do that too, I guess. How far do we want to take that? That might be good. Too much. We'll do this. Did it not cause antagonism? No, it absolutely did. Okay, cool. Guess maybe I should start annexing this guy at this point. Wait, guys. We forgot the very important thing. Let's wait another month just to be sure, but we gotta reopen the warehouses. That's called thinking with your dipstick, Jimmy. Extra supply from stockpile? Terrible. We waited 2 months, right? Let's just wait another, just to be sure. Look at the equilibrium price we're trending towards now. 1.6. Can't make a profit like that. We have to. Must. Light this on fire. Yeah. I like how the stream's descended into madness. No madness here. This is... when you live in a mad world, perfect sanity looks in fact mad, but considering we live in the world where you have to turn your warehouses on and off again in order to achieve peak, economic prosperity, it do be what it is. This is like in the U.S. where they don't let homeless people go through the dumpster bins for good food that is effectively still good that the groceries throw out because they like reasons. Instead, we let them starve. We say, let them eat fine cloth. So supply not linear from the stockpile kicks in at a certain percent. It kicks in at a certain percent. It kicks in at a certain percent. Best warehouse gameplay this side of the internet? Peak. Cinema. Kicks in at a certain percent. Honestly, the only 3 things to fix: warehouse, population growth, and disease. Otherwise, 1.3 not too bad. Yeah, this is very, very fixable. This is 100% super fixable. It's fiddly, the warehouse thing, but it's very fixable. I also think auto expand is like super important for the game and like really, really good. And I'm annoyed that this is gonna really overshadow auto expand. I have a sneaking suspicion. Look, the economy is restored. The target price, 4.5. Everyone pray to the warehouse gods. Warehouse gods, send them your energy. Do we have them? I don't think we have an emote that's like send the warehouse gods your energy. What would be the equivalent? I guess this is the closest thing we got. Do we have that emote on YouTube too? No. Don't we? Yeah, let's go. What is in fact a chair? What's a warehouse? Who knows? I'm really enjoying the auto expand. Yeah, auto expand is sick. Also, the fact that we can now take loans and have it be like not insanely bad if we're doing it through this means is really neat. Specifically government bonds. We'll repay ours. Yeah. Of course, when we do the emote on YouTube, the YouTubers get in their chat, but on the screen it's what is what is chair? What is chair? What is chair? What is chair? I'm having some fun now, chat. It's so absurd. The disgruntlement, the lack of gruntle, has stack overflowed. We're now actually very pleased. This is peak. I wish some of these were ever, like, viable. I think that a big group of players just use mass construct button and will continue to do so mainly, but hopefully not. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like my viewers are much less likely to be in that camp. Oh, I fucked up. I needed to start. Damn it. I needed to start assimilating. I got distracted. I need to start assimilating pops to Lombard. Shoot. I mean, we're gonna get to fight Milan again. I don't think that really put too big a dent in the Ghibellines and Guelphs. Oh, Milan flipped sides now. Oh, we flipped them. That's right. Okay, okay. I don't think it matters. Bohemia is just too fucking big, man. You like need to fight Bohemia and flip Bohemia. I don't know if that's allowed. Are RGOs worth building now in low control areas? Well, it's more that like it's not worth it to build urban stuff very much. So like if that's what you got, that's what you got. Yeah. It's negative. It's never negative value basically. Okay, it's actually there's weird circumstances where it can be negative EV, but just forget about those. It's basically never negative EV to expand RGOs. Diplo Traditions is amazing. Yeah, but we wanted to try out the other stuff, but we still have to push the values. Diplo Traditions is alright, though. Yeah, we probably just... I mean, at this point, we should have slotted in forever ago. We had hopes and dreams of trying out a bunch of the new stuff. But we haven't been able to push the values. Like, I don't know how planned storage system... I don't know how we get this bad boy in there. RGOs are bonds. They're money that's nothing fancy but works. Yeah. I mean, it's really silly that we put it in after we just accumulated a whole bunch of war score, but, like... Or antagonism. Who is this? Tyrol? Yeah, okay. Alright. Did they change this at all? Some people thought they were going to change it. Now base cost's still 200. Yeah, that's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Urban is gonna get better when you get the production city rights. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like this weird apocalypse at the outset. I think eventually you break free. I mean, I think we're kind of breaking free right now, but we're breaking free for, like, weird, stupid reason, which is that we're toggling the warehouse on and off. To, like, we've driven it, we basically doubled the price of fine cloth here. You know what the disgusting thing is, though? We're not even locally supplying it still. We have 0 local supply. I think we're making more money through trade, though. Maybe not even. This is all so stupid. Yeah, so we're making money off of this fine cloth import, basically. You're still not making money in our urban locations. If you were monarchy, there would be the levy law that pushes quantity. Yeah, but even then it'd be too hard to get to 50. We would get to 25 instead of 50. And you can hope to get events. Yeah, but we're positive trend without the thing. Slightly, so we can still get events, but... Gotta clear out Naples cloth as well. Yeah. Now we have more dev in the market. No, terrible. What have we done? We expanded. This is awful. You just gotta create a global shortage, basically. It's like the Atom Smasher in Dwarf Fortress, but instead of smashing atoms, we're smashing fine cloth. We're not even, like, really smashing fine cloth as the primary thing. We're just, like, tracking fine cloth as, like, the metric by which we show what's going on. Oh, you see that for a second? Its price was, like, above For a second, his price was like way above the equilibrium. What is it now? %100 imports. And the imports just basically instantly fill up the stockpile too. Because it's like, it's not positive effective supply, like there's actually imports that are supplying here, so our stockpile is filling up, and then we're gonna just like smash the stockpile again. This is so stupid. Dwarf Fortress mentioned Pog. I like the values give you unique playstyles and actually affects the way of play over just extra modifiers. I like it when it feels like that way as well. Price was 18 for a split second. The actual... We can do it. We can do a chat if we just believe. We can't do it. We also want a thing that requires individualism. I don't think we get it till later. We have so much land value trend. Soon it's going to be time to close the warehouse. Money's not a problem. Yeah, that's true, maybe. 10 years for 5% prod ethic versus half a dev. I mean, I think it's the prod ethic now. Especially in a world where stuff's just not good at all. Wow-wee-wah. Oh! The prod ethic, it turned the fine cloth back on. We are now building stuff. Wait. The price is dropping. The price is dropping. We're about to no longer be building stuff. Oh, all we're doing is building stuff. No, wait, just kidding. And the ugly modifier rears its ugly head. Extra supply from stockpile. Whatever will we do? You know what we'll do? We will stop building stuff. Because everyone knows that building stuff... Hubris. Build stuff. Don't you know we have stuff at home? Why would you build stuff when we have stuff at home? And the local supply starts to fall. Mom said we had fine cloth production at home. The fine cloth production at home is fine cloth from a warehouse. You hate to see it. The price comes down. Mom will not pay us for our labor. She doesn't have to. That's the thing about parents, is when they make you work for less than minimum wage, violating labor laws, and then they just are like, I gave birth to you, bitch. And okay, that's true. Yeah. Then not much of an argument, but no more local supply. Production gone. Can't have any of that. They heard they fumbled the bag with the power scoring. Yeah, they fumbled the bag. It's a little bit. I do think the realistic solution is that lower prices increase demand. It absolutely should increase demand. It's like the equilibrium effect is only going one direction. Value changes seem great. Extra reforms seem great. This type of thing, overshadowed a little bit by this type of thing. For how long will building stuff work? Not very long at all. Real player, just import everything and don't export anything. Look at the modern Occidental economy. Yeah. Why would we build stuff when we could just import it? By import it, like... To be fair, we should just build more marketplaces, actually. If this is actually the oscillation that's going to happen, we should just slam these things. We're also actually producing regular cloth. The fine cloth is the thing that we can't, like, produce any of. But our marketplaces actually are probably decently profitable. It's fucking stupid. Alright. Is it time yet? Yeah, and then the trades go away. Alright, alright. Time to close the warehouse. What I missed in EU5, anything interesting? Too busy with Poe 2 League? Did the Poe 2 League just start? Alright. Let's wait another month. But now, the trade should go away as all of it comes from the extra stockpile. But we have a trick. We have destroyed many goods with our warehouse closing. Now we will open the warehouse and we will drop below 50% storage, thus eliminating the penalty. Oh. Although it takes like a couple months for it to clear out properly. Effective supply, back to being local. They said build it at home. We're building it at home. We are building it at home. Getting rid of that 17 extra supply from the stockpile. Now, of course, this will cause price to rise. We can be profitable again, but as the price rises, of course, other people will dump goods into our market. And the cycle continues. How many times can we do this loop? Within a year span? Probably we're doing it once a year at least. Bink. You call this tedious, we call it economics. Now, to be fair, we actually, I think, are producing, yeah, decently this, and we'll continue to produce decently this. Haven't gotten the local fine cloth production in. Maybe we should. Maybe we should fight for our right to not have to close the warehouse repeatedly in order to be able to produce fine cloth locally. Oh, we want to eventually give out... We want to eventually give out the rights here. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a few of these, and then eventually we're going to have prod efficiency. They're going to take the wheel. Eventually. Ooh, supported mercantile cabinet. We like this one sometimes, but not right now. That's kind of nice. Let's pass that if we can. Alright. Time to watch all the imports completely collapse local economies. No! As the price gets higher. Build more warehouses? We can't build any more warehouses. We're capped out here. We are capped out. Post out last Friday. Went back to Biz Iron Man save, and last night remembered how much fun I was having. I set up to conquer integer land in 1500s, which is great for my skill level. EU4 I should specify. Womp womp. Guy drops the punchline in the second act. The min-maxes gripped him. Yeah, this is just like really funny. This is good. It's just so incredibly stupid that I find it amusing. But like, I can only joke for so long. Local supply is 6. Are we getting our economy? Have we actually escaped from LA? We actually are kind of escaping with a few of our industries here. I think we want to, yeah, lock the production methods here, at least on this one. We wanted to use regular cloth always to stimulate the regular cloth. Target price is already dipping, but it's dipping because of trade. Oh. We have economics at home. Economics at home be like. I want to see a graph of your local supply over time. It's like barely positive in this type of thing. Paradox owning your micro skills, not like this. Gotta embargo all of Europe. This might actually be useful. What's the difference between economic base and wealth? Economic base includes like some amount of value based on your subject's like total wealth, if I recall correctly. And wealth does not. But it might just be, that might not even be economic base, just sliders. But I think that that's the difference. Who knew that lighting 10 warehouses worth of goods on it could be so profitable? Yeah, really, they should thank that guy who lit up that warehouse some time ago. They should say thanks. Have you guys said thank you yet? You don't have any cards. Alright. Also, maybe we should create some like local demand for some of this stuff. My son studied economics in his economics. Economics? The schnozberries taste like schnozberries. I wonder if the supercharged places like Japan, relatively speaking. Yeah, I mean, like, any place that's more isolated is probably actually better off. Like, Italy, ironically enough, Italy actually might have the roughest economy situation, just because you have so many big markets next to you producing all these goods. Need to change values push? Not yet, because it automatically clears out. I mean, we will in just a sec, I guess, so... I'm not even sure if aristocracy is anywhere near as valuable, because, like, they're not demanding the goods properly. The variation of local supply is so funny. It's like, oh my god, it's 6. Oh, it decreased to 0. Let's build market houses. Have we tried embargoing the world yet? No. I think we're maybe winding down for today. This could only be so funny so many times. Soon the trades will come in. Actually, I think we're burning down. We are actually successfully burning down. I think we're burning down the surrounding market supply of the thing. Or stockpiles. We're slowly getting escape velocity. Or I'm just lying to myself. I'm probably just lying to myself. The truth hurts. Alright, it's time to close the warehouse. 2 months. Let's start a first 50 run in 1.2 somewhere. Ottomans, haven't tried them since release. Ottomans definitely looking good. Isolationist meta, basically. Alright, so this should be like plus 17 in terms of demand created. Yeah. From the stockpile. Local supply still holding on a little bit. He's so hot right now, Hansel. I mean, I guess. And it takes a couple months for the thing to do its thing. For the actual stockpile to, like, register that it's cleared out. Woohoo! Now there's way less demand, and the target price goes to 2.77. But we're actually locally supplying stuff at this price. So we're escaping. We're escaping everything just being break even. Like 70 years into the game. We learned what urbanization was. Maybe it's actually the perfect simulation. Did we ever stop to think of that? You manually removed it from the files. Yeah, that's probably the thing to do. The mechanic's kind of just silly. Maybe Georgia, who always gets big as the AI. I think that's just because there's a huge power vacuum created by the Golden Horde, generally. Playing Canal, low dev area playstyle is pretty much the same. Impossible to export anything now. You're poor for much longer. Yeah, but low dev, that decreases the size of this effect. I saw someone on Reddit saying that demand and supply will suppress warehouse after 1600s. Is that true? You mean stockpile? It will suppress stockpile? It's not like a given year. It's just that, like, this modifier is, like, relatively flat. Like, it's not scaling with the size of your economy. Well, now we can't really show the market because we can't show it because we got rid of it because we keep opening and closing the warehouse. But, like, this effect from extra stockpile, this is relatively flat. So if your economy gets to a certain size, you kind of escape it, if that makes sense. Was there a hotfix for eco? No. But, like, is this warehouse change supposed to depress the economy growth early game? I think they were just trying to slow down the economy in general. One of the issues is it's, like, only early game, I think. Or primarily early game. It's like a flat effect. I remember there's grand exclusive trade rights relation Chinese sphere, which would be an isolationist gimmick. Can you get that effect as Italy? Maybe. But why would we do that when we can just open and close the warehouse every 6 months? Like, clearly, doesn't that seem like a better solution to just micro this warehouse open and closed? Is that not just simpler? Yeah, okay, we're kind of still having fun with it. I mean, we are producing a lot of this locally. We're also kind of starting to make decent money here, too. Can I make a library over here? Just kidding, we won't, because we already have one. You think the effect in RGO prices will negatively affect smaller countries? I mean a little bit, but like... I think increasing RGO price is kind of fine. RGO's like, right now RGO's like the only thing that's profitable, so like... You still build them. Currently warehouses is the most important building in the game, yeah. Why do you open and close it? Because this modifier that makes everything unprofitable, the modifier from extra supply from stockpile, this scales linearly after your stockpile is at 50% of its total capacity, it will scale linearly from like 5% of your stockpile to 75% of your stockpile size. So what this means is that if you have less than 50%, you do not suffer this. This makes everything unprofitable, which is obviously bad for profits. So, what opening and closing the warehouse is doing, is we are opening the warehouse and then closing it, and when we close it, we get to like 40% of the capacity. Now we're not at 40% of the capacity anymore, so we should have a very small effect from the extra stockpile, but this is effectively removing this depressing effect on our economy by repeatedly opening and closing it. And every time we close the warehouse, everything that is in surplus of the capacity that we have remaining when the warehouse is closed just gets deleted in terms of goods. So we're repeatedly deleting goods. One of the consequences of campaigns taking too long is it looks like I don't have time for one in the beta. We'll have to enjoy the beta problems vicariously, yeah. I mean, I think they need to either speed up the pace of play or, like, slow down the updates, kind of. I was saying you do both? Yeah, I'm being facetious. Like, obviously, this is not, like, that tenable a solution. I think this is just, like, this is very amusing, but it's also very absurd that, like, opening and closing the warehouse is, like, how do you fix the economy? Oh, great omniscient person from the future playing on their computer, fixing the early modern history economics. How do we fix the problem? Well, we open the warehouse, and then we close the warehouse. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So now that we kind of have some of this effect, we might wait for it to get a little bit bigger. No, we won't. Now that we have this effect, we're going to close the warehouse, which will make the effect get way bigger. Because now we're at 100% capacity. So if we peel off a month, this should make it so that this is like 17. Or 18 or something like this. Yeah, so 17.9. But now the storage, you see the storage is completely full. It's completely full for 479. And then what we do is we come to this warehouse. And this warehouse adds per level 200 storage, so it adds 800 towards total storage capacity. Well, 800 plus, what was it, like 4 whatever. Now this is going to go to, we're going to be less than half full. And then after that, this will adjust down to, this will become 0. And so the prices won't be as just completely fucked anymore. So usually, like, it kind of takes a couple months for it to do its thing properly. But now, look, effective supply, none from the local stockpile. And then our target price is 4.37, where our things could be wildly profitable. When will the economy be good enough to make me forget how bad this game is? That feels some kind of way. He's basically burning excess fine cloth. Yeah, this is 100%. How often do you open and close? Yes. Like every 6 to 8 months or something. This is like the fact that it's meta to open and close, because we're also burning up the adjacent supply of like these types of things. The fact that this is meta is just very, very silly. Like, and I don't think like this is like tenable to like even remotely like even if you want this effect to be in game, like this massive economic depression, there's no way you can like let this be like the way people should play, because this is just like absolutely like Oh, and also, we're not producing any fine cloth locally, and basically haven't been for most of the game. Like, it's either trades or stockpile, because we're pushing up our price higher than everyone else's price, so we have to eat everyone else's fine cloth and light everyone else's fine cloth on fire to actually increase the price of things. I feel like 1.2 economy wasn't terrible. Same. I mean, I think it was too fast, but like, I mean, it's not as fast now, but like, this is madness. This is insanity. Can we maybe clip that guy and then run away? Yeah. Let's play on speed 7 until we punt our stack and then be really sad. Actually, I think we might call it, but let's unsiege this so we feel handsome. I don't like the feeling of this. The feeling like our stack's gonna get ganked, but yeah, the economy is still just kind of still a broken window fallacy. The game. There's a similar meme strat in Mexico where you arbitrarily restrict glass production to stall other production and open it only to make towns, which is why the lock/unlock even crossed my mind. It's definitely... we talked about doing it last stream, but like... Obviously, like, as a gameplay pattern, this opening and closing is just, like, really, really silly. Like, it should never be, like, the proper way to play or something like this. I think, oh... Cleo is live, but she's not playing EU5 anymore. Wah, wah. Is anyone playing EU5? Wow, no one's streaming EU5. No one who is reasonably big in speaking English. Okay, I think we'll just call it for today. Maybe answer some last-minute questions. I do want to try and keep the stream lengths a little bit tighter, and we've been live for 5 hours, so... Always good to see a good old stack punt. Madness. This is economics. Yeah. I mean, I had a good time, but, like, this is just very silly. This is like, we opened the warehouse, we closed the warehouse, we opened the warehouse, we closed the warehouse. Whee! We get some local supply. Hey, our industries. To be fair, kind of expecting this to... Yeah, we are one of the ones providing local supply because we actually have some amount of prod ethic because we went cap economy. Whoever has the most prod efficiency, they get to keep their buildings open. But, like, this building doesn't make any tax base. Like, look at it. Its profit is 0.04. Taxes per level is just 0.00. It's just enough to be... on... Is Shiny a secret Cleo sip? Well, we raided her last stream, and we talked to her occasionally, like, in the creator Discord things. Because she also gets early access to the game. Do you play Mayu and Taxes in EU4? I did. They're remaking the mod in EU5? Yeah, they have a rough draft for it. Does performance seem better to you? No, it seems worse than 1.2. Performance seems worse. Not, like, way worse. But, well, actually... Allow me to rephrase. Generally, I'm not very good at answering is performance better or worse, and I defer to some of the people on my Discord who actually like do benchmarks and this type of stuff. If I'm noticing that performance is worse, it's probably quite a bit worse, and I'm noticing that it feels worse, so that's maybe a bit of an issue, but also open beta type thing, so... but we made some progress as PADOA. We still have this super absurd modifier from this tech that gives us an enormous amount of dev. The dev typically is really valuable because it scales up the consumption of all your pops, but all of our pops are too poor to consume anything because we don't believe in making goods in urban areas, only destroying goods. Yeah, the truth hurts. Why is this not actually taxing these dudes? What the hell? Because it's over 100% satisfaction? Not like this. But, yeah. I can respect that. Usually, UV tubers don't touch grand strategy games. Yeah, I do not like. There's like 2 VTubers that do grand strategy games that I know of, and that's Cleo and Lady Saffron. And like, I don't really like. I actually don't really watch very many streams, just at all. I've seen both of them stream. I think I've rated both of them. Lady Saffron was on one of the podcasts because she is getting like. She has a background in history as well, so. But the 2 of them, yeah, background in history. And so they play these games, at least some of the time. I don't really know what they play, other than these games. But generally speaking, when I look up the category on Twitch to see who to raid, if it's around, like, one of the new patches or this type of thing, Cleo's usually one of the bigger streamers. Corbett, that's right. In my head, I've like seen more of Corbett in person than I have like as a VTuber. So in my head, he's not a VTuber, but he's a VTuber. There's Jillian too. Oh yeah, she's doing. Has that been announced? I'm not sure if it's been announced, so I won't talk about it. Yeah, Corbett. Yeah, I hung out with Corbett quite a bit in Spain. Because he was one of the people who got early access to the game. It's still wild that I got access to me, considering I had 0 EU4 audience. Worked out okay. Sonomo, hello, we're on the way out. The model for Venice looks a bit silly, not gonna lie. Noticed it and I can't unsee it. What, this giant island? Yeah, Venice, there's a lot of argument on what treatment they should get. We're on our way out, though. We're wrapping up the stream. I had a lot of, just real quick, we had a lot of absurdity with opening and closing the warehouses to manipulate the market price up. Kind of over the last, like, 20 or 30 minutes, we did a little bit of that. Like, this is meta to open and close the warehouse constantly. Like every 6 months, that is meta is like really a crazy gameplay pattern, because what it does is it deletes a whole bunch of the goods, like for us fine cloth, so that the price depression from the economic stockpile is not as like negative. You live again tomorrow? That's the plan. That's also part of why we want to stream a little bit shorter, because we want to get some stuff done. But trying to do every Saturday just generally, so I don't know if we're going to play EU5 tomorrow, though, because I think it's just, like, a lot of... It felt like most of the stream was about, like, this eco, like, silliness, and I feel like it would be a lot more about the eco silliness, and, like... I assume this gets patched, and then, like... Will we restart the run? Because the run's going to be so jank from the beginning. Like, the eco of everyone is going to be so small. Like, look at Paul Allen's... Look at Paul Allen's tax base. Chances are the week's going to roll around and dev buffs are going to be 10% of what they were. Probably, yeah. I mean, it should probably just be 10% of what it is now. It would still be really good. Dom 6 ASMR? I don't know what we'll do. We might play Vic 3. Pericles time? I don't know what I would play if I, like, just wanted to play, like, purely for fun. Usually I'd try and play something I think people are going to want to see on Saturdays, though. Because there are more people on Saturdays. Do you think the warehouse thing will persist in the next iteration of the beta? Yeah, but I don't think the numbers will be the same. I think it's like a kind of an interesting solution. The numbers are just like hyper out of line. I don't think this is the way I would want to solve slowing down the economy. I think I would attack him from the production efficiency side of things, rather than artificially creating fake sell orders to drive down price to decrease profits. I don't know exactly, even if that's the intent here. They've done stuff where the intent is to cause more specialization and movement of goods, and maybe that's part of it. that they want you to drive down the price so that you export stuff, because a lot of the really weird parts of 1.1 in the economics, they were just trying to drive more trade, and then they just like made the economy very weird. And this might actually not even be intended to slow down the economy, but to increase exports. But the net effect is that it's, I mean, the net effect is just a huge economic slowdown by decreasing price. Decreasing price just absolutely tanks, all profit. So, is it weird that I kind of like it? Very little production early. The scaling of it should just be different. I don't know if it should scale based on like. This flat scaling based on stockpile size, I think, is probably not the way to scale it. I think I could get on board with this just being kind of like a thing. I think it's a little bit weird, but like, yeah, I'm not like, this is the worst thing ever, like, in regards to this mechanic, but like, the way that it is at right now, it just like actually makes every building break even, or unemployed. And I don't think they want campaigns to start off with all the buildings being closed because none of them are profitable. Like if you jump in a game and you don't know what's going on and you just like click on your things and all your stuff is like exclam, 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 nothing's profitable, bro, like, can you imagine trying to troubleshoot this as a brand new player, being like, what's going on? It's just like absolute like completely like a hostile like game start situation. The stockpile is supposed to help with the middleman markets, creating long-distance trade routes. The good collapse is the unintended consequence. That's what it's supposed to be doing. That's what it's supposed to be doing. I mean, I thought it was just supposed to dramatically slow down the economy. I mean, to be fair, if that's what it's supposed to be doing, I actually find it less annoying that they missed it. Because if the idea was to slow down the economy, then that's actually something you should have, like, checked for. But if the idea is to allow trade to daisy chain, then, like, I mean, I guess, to be fair, we're kind of hoovering up all the fine cloth everywhere so we can delete it. People always complain it was too fast. There was no economic growth of the 1300s and 1400s. Well, this was pretty much that. No, yeah, I mean, if that's the goal, I still think that the mechanism should maybe scale, like, differently either way. Estate buildings in this patch, it's not the estate buildings that are the problem. The estates don't make any money because buildings don't make any money. The estate buildings are like the same as last patch. So I don't like the new disease. Loading in and seeing your pops decimated in the first year is a little bit depressing. Yeah. To make up for trade profit, you need surplus supply. If you don't produce the goods in your market, you can only get low prices. You can make the excess supply allow the trade until the change. I think this, they could probably pick a rate of return for the invested capital each age and have the prices trend towards the local balance. It would be fine. I don't know if you could do it off rate of return, because the rate of return is going to be different for a bunch of different buildings. Originally, exports could not pull from the stockpile at all. So I'm not sure that's the working theory of the stockpiles. Yeah, now they can. So you're telling me the meta is just to replicate these dairy farmers pouring milk into ditches during the Great Depression? Yes. You're supposed to open and close the marketplace repeatedly. There's not enough demand to counter the extra supplies effect on price, so it breaks it. Yeah, this is... It's only downward pressure, there's no upward pressure, where in principle, if you decrease the price of something, this actually should increase demand for it. Like, if you're thinking of real-world economics, but... Yeah. The way that this shakes out, where you're just opening and closing these warehouses, like, to make it so that, like, I think we're making, like, twice as much money now as before we started doing that. It's a bit of a vibe. I mean, have we ascended through the madness into being like one of the richest countries. Not really. Oh wait, we're up here. PADOA. Just kinda. Oh, it makes sense we're ahead of these people. Deflationary spiral, plague of plenty. Yeah. Depression simulator. Yeah, I'm if they were trying to do something other than slow down the economy, it's like less, I guess, bad that they didn't notice this, but this like obviously just like creates issues. But I digress. We're gonna get out of here. We might stream this more tomorrow. We'll have a little bit of a think. Maybe we'll do a little bit of a poll of what people want to see, but I think it's just gonna be a lot of opening and closing the warehouse. I mean, we're also like going off into outer space with PADOA's like silly dev like tech, and we would be getting the Lombard tech as well, and you just get like 100 dev everywhere. Where like, I mean, eventually maybe that amount of consumption can cut through the depressing effect. I'm a little shocked this could. Well, we're oscillating right now, but I'm a little shocked this can stay profitable. Actually. But yeah, it's okay. It's because like the price is like 30% higher than it would be if we weren't like doing this silly thing where we're like oscillating the thing up and down. Be down for victory, or maybe some other game, depending. Alright. We're gonna get out of here. Gonna say goodbye to the YouTubers. Bye, YouTubers. We're gonna say goodbye to the Twitch people.